Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Welcome everyone, as it's time to kick off our final Super Weekend here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. Our top 16 teams at the end of these next 3 days will be participating in our finals, where we'll be determining who gets a lump sum of money, and of course who gets into the EMA Regional Championship Season 2 kicking off later on next month. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host, but I can't do it alone. Like always, I have to have two trusty sidekicks here, or maybe they're the main superhero and I'm the sidekick, who knows. We got Claris and Maxman joining me. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Maxman, did you refresh your face?
I did not know what that meant, so I guess not, but I did not. But you definitely refreshed the t-shirt. Love what you're wearing, man. Looking really good. But yeah, hyped up for the final Super Weekend. Let's see how it's going to go.
Well, one of us got to look good on the show. That's why we got Claris here. Hey, James, how you doing?
Yeah, not doing too bad, you know, my hair's getting a little bit long, maybe I'll get that cut at some point, but you know what, feeling fresh, feeling good for the Super Weekend.
Okay, well, yeah, before we get into the Super Weekend, let's take stock of things of how League play finished off by taking a look at our leaderboards at the end of those 2 days of play, and of course, seeing which 16 teams will be participating here in our final Super Weekend. Unicorns of Love, I guess we can say they're on track of what we expect them to be doing, but my still question will always be, can they continue that momentum here into the Super Weekend?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Unicorns of Love, of course, getting himself the most amount of points in this final league play. So if they want to try and potentially catch up and contest at the top with teams like Eastern Stars and even Game Lord, of course, that being into the potential race into the PMGC, we'll have to see how the points work out. But that is definitely what Unicorns of Love are going to try and attend to. But I've been especially impressed this time around, Claris, with Chasmac Gaming getting their best few days so far in the entire tournament. They have yet to potentially perform well into a Super Weekend, so this one might be the one.
Yeah, definitely. A move back potentially to kind of the old leadership style, in theory, of what is going on here. I think that's really nice to see for Chasmac. It seems to have worked out quite nicely, especially on Miramar. Some of their decision-making in terms of the moves they were playing with were good. Some of them didn't quite lead to a chicken dinner by any stretch of the imagination, but 92 points during those 8 games is nothing short of great here, Jason.
Yeah, honestly, phenomenal to see out of them. I'm just, again, curious if they're going to continue to get better and better, or where is their limits, I guess we should say, as we've heard them talk about switching some things around internally within the team. But as we take a look at our second page, you do have the likes of Big, who were not looking good at the end of day 1, but have managed to qualify yet again here into the Super Weekend. But another team here, Max, at the very bottom, Vodafone Giants. They did not qualify week 2. They put up okay points in week 1. Disappointing, I will say, though, after their play in league play. But they've made it back and for a chance to qualify.
Yeah, way too close for comfort, just like Exquisite Decode in week 2. But this time, unfortunately, Claris, as we know, it did not come home. Exquisite Decode out in 19th place was only 24 points. Very unfortunate for them. Of course, they're safe for the spot in the finals. They're just going to be missing out on the potential $1,000 per chicken dinner. Of course, that is very unfortunate for them. But Destiny not being able to make it in, of course, that is very unfortunate because they were towards the bottom. I think it's going to take 1 or 2 days before they potentially run out and get kicked out of the top 16. So Destiny not making it is actually pretty big for the entirety of the event.
What is this insubordination? Shots being fired at me straight away, Max. I won't be having it.
Yeah, I think
like the first time.
The majority of the people on the show are like Brits too. That's the scary thing.
Oh, no.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't someone on Destiny retire from PUBG Mobile after not qualifying?
Oh, that was Agon. He tweeted out, unfortunately. Very unfortunate to see that Agon, unfortunately, is leaving the PUBG Mobile esports scene. I checked the date. It's not April 1st, so it is a real one. And yeah, Agon's been doing a lot in the scene for the past few years now. It's always been a great honor to be able to cover his games and see what he's been doing. But yeah, Agon, thank you for being you, and thank you for playing these games. It's been great to see, and wish you best of luck in what you do next. Hell yeah.
I mean, is he going to pull like a 6-list though, and like say he's retiring and then come back and then retire again and then come back? Yeah.
I don't know. We will see. We will see down the line. But taking a look at how some of these things played out towards league play, I think it was cool to witness some of the more unusual circles coming out from all of this up at the top here. Super young roster was able to, you know, fight things out, but Conqueror finally got themselves a bit more of a semblance back on the board with a great vantage point that they had against, as we were previously mentioning, that Chazmak Gaming position that they took to hold other teams out here.
Yeah, they're talking about Chazmak Gaming, actually, they almost got twice as much positioning points compared to kill points. So if they can rack up a few more kills from those strong positions you mentioned earlier, right, James, that they could technically be a really big contender in this third and final Super Weekend and just look very comfortable heading into the finals, because they're not safe just yet. There's a very small chance they could be contested, but I think that even just an average amount of points should be enough, but they're not 100% safe. Their spot could still be contested, so they need to be safe today.
And we just witnessed how Destiny kind of left it a little bit too late in one of the final games of the day. Obviously, they found themselves a great position on the east side near Cube on Erangel. But from my mind, when you're in those kinds of situations, yeah, you might be able to play it towards the later stages of the game. Yeah, you might be able to get first or second in that game, but you've got to frag out. There's nothing to lose in that position, Jason. And Destiny loses out because there was nothing to lose and they didn't take that opportunity.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, if you're going to leave it that late to show up and go for kills and finally get some decent placements, then, you know, you can expect something like this to happen. So unfortunate for them, but fortunate for other teams, as we can see the overall rankings from our Super Weekend thus far. So we head into our third and final week. We got Big currently sitting in first place at 315, but Eastern Stars in second with 309. But I do want to point out once again, every chicken dinner you get here in the Super Weekend, you get $1,000. So Eastern Stars already has $5 grand in their pocket, or as I like to say, maximum is half day rate.
That's how it is. I'm pretty into my dairy. Yeah. But Eastern Stars, especially, right? I mean, Jason, you want to see a team get himself 10 wins. They need to get 5 wins out of these 3 days.
Yeah, it's
so
not happening.
Pretty unlikely. But hey, you never know. We'll see how it works out for Eastern Stars. Knowing that Eastern Stars Game Lord did not have their best performance in the second Super Weekend. So Team Big, then they didn't do great in the league play. We'll see might have a big shuffle towards the top. But interesting story time actually for Romanian Boys. Redox broke his device. So I don't know how that's going to hurt their potential performances. Yeah, you got a new one and he broke it instantly. What happened, Redox? Got to take care of it, man. So, yeah.
That's chaos. That's
he should have got himself a 1+9, because that wouldn't have broken, and he would have been still performing as good as he did when he finally had the new device. We can see, though, our second page, number 15 and number 16, Destiny and Day of Sirens not requalifying. That means they could be knocked out of top 16, and you know there's 3 teams down below them gunning for that position.
I mean, there's 99.9% likelihood they're getting knocked out, right? Considering the points that are available across these 3 days. Very unfortunate, I think is fair to say. I mean, the retirement of Aegon speaks volumes in terms of what Destiny currently thinks their prospects are. Yeah, potentially going into that final. But
can we have those 3 teams like just do nothing then these next 3 days and then have that awkward moment where Destiny is qualified?
Oh no!
Aegon's like, actually, I'm coming back.
The return of, there's like a video and everything like that. I'm like, hey, it was like 3 days ago. I don't know. No, but Nexus Gaming, Vodafone Giants. I mean, I think Vodafone Giants, especially considering the form that roster can play under, has got to be breathing a sigh of relief in terms of not only just qualifying for this Super Weekend, but also knowing that the potential pursuit for top 16 is actually not that strenuous, considering it is Destiny and Day of Sirens not playing this one out.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be able to catch up. Chazmak Gaming, they just got to be careful to not have a absolutely horrendous Super Weekend, but I'm feeling pretty hopeful that with that 147, they'll be completely fine. Need 3 teams to overtake their position currently, so not too easy for that to happen. Skip team, 19th place, had their best performance so far in the third league play, so might have a little bit of that synergy and that momentum built up and that will transition into this Super Weekend. I hope so, because especially when you look at Homodi, he had that big 9-kill game with, what was it, 1,700 damage? Bring that in the Super Weekend, man. Like, you guys have big fragging potential in the Super Weekend. That's where it can shine the most.
I do want to give a special shout out, though, to one team that we're not seeing Remember, we had 20 teams participate in this event. You saw only 19 in our Super Weekends rankings. Champions Club, unfortunately, only playing with 3 players the entire time, but respect to them knowing that they're going to be playing with only 3 the entire time. They still tried every single match they possibly could, and we got to see some good things out of Angelito and the boys, but hopefully we'll see some more of them coming up next year, and more importantly, next season. But to move on from here, let's talk about 2 teams that we can see as representing our region when it comes to the PMGC. We're going to talk about Unicorns of Love and, of course, Eastern Stars here, and a little head-to-head matchup between these 2 teams, comparing their stats throughout the event. All in all, Eastern Stars, I'd say, guys, has been more consistent, but I feel like we've seen some pretty decent peaks out of Unicorns of Love, which also means we've seen some unfortunate valleys.
I would say Eastern Stars had more potential to be consistent because they actually played 2 Super Weekends when you look at it. But here we're going to be comparing the first Super Weekend of Eastern Stars, which was by far their peak in this entire PMPL Season 2 Western Europe. So definitely where they stood the strongest amongst the rest of this lobby. And Unicorns of Love, as we know, only qualified in the second Super Weekend. So we're going to be using their stats of Super Weekend 2 in general. And these are 2 very strong teams, potentially the 2 strongest teams, adding with the likes of Game Lord and Team Big in this entire lobby. But when it comes to potentially aiming for the PMGC, these 2 teams are very closely running up against each another. So it's going to be down to this final Super Weekend and, of course, the finals to see which team out of these 2 actually stands up and rises up against the rest of the lobby. And whichever team does that might just be the one to make it into PMGC. Yeah. So these are the 2 teams to follow when it looks to the international storyline.
Here's the problem, though, Jason. Coming into this Super Weekend, I have been the harbinger of Unicorns of Love doom. I'm that guy stood outside with a sign on him saying the apocalypse is coming, and it's coming in the form of Unicorns of Love here, guys, because you've got 3 players who individually, if they get to a 4th, 5th position, something like that, they can still get themselves decent kill points, decent placement points on the board, even if the team's not having a good time. I'm thinking GK first, I'm thinking Fresh, I'm thinking Rollkiss. But then also, you've got Lin on the side as well, who is technically that support role, but then can still have heavy impact damage as well as fragging potential too. This team is going to win this Super Weekend, Jason, and I'm excited to watch it.
That's a bold statement, Max.
I like that. I definitely like it, right? I talked to Veggie. He did actually reply, so great. Thank you, Veggie. I really appreciate it. But he did tell me, and we talked about it last League Play, right, how they tried to go a little bit further behind in terms of just going all out and trying to frag out. So they're trying to potentially have more supportive roles, and the IGL maybe not going fully as a fragging role itself. So it's been working out for the team. Now there's one thing that I would like to see improved upon for this team. That would be the next level. This would be the Unicorns of Love we expected initially in this tournament, is to try and stop taking those mini 1v1s. If you got the man advantage, make use of it. Try and go for a breach, take a 4v1, take a 4v2, and try and actually get the advantage off the back of those numbers, because sometimes you see them lose a play or 2 when they could easily avoid that, and I think that would be the difference maker for Unicorns of Love in this Super Weekend.
I mean, Clars, you were talking about GK first, talking about Fresh, talking about Rollkiss and the fragging potential, but when do we ever not talk about the fragging potential when we mention Eastern Stars? You have your Kapahalu who puts up big numbers every time. You have Octavian who steps up. You have the Warlord. You have Athos in there, and you even have Bazzi who's been stepping up as of late as well. Like we can't underestimate how strong Eastern Stars are as well when it comes to frag.
I do agree. I do agree that it's definitely there. However, kind of what we've been talking about these past couple of weeks, right, is the fact that Eastern Stars does this. They go, wow, a win, and then, wow, 14th position, then, wow, a win, wow, 13th position, right? But for me, when I look at what Unicorns of Love has been able to put up, especially in the previous Super Weekend, then rolling into these league plays, it's been wiggly, but it's constantly always been on the upward trajectory for me. And I think that now this Super Weekend, this is where it's going to, we're going to sit at the top.
Yeah, I don't know if you would agree, Jason. I would compare almost Eastern Stars to a Bigatron. You know how they're always up and down like that? And its tendency, if you can get yourself some big wins when you have bad games right before or after, it can actually even out pretty nicely and allow you to aim for the top. So I would compare them to BTR big time right now.
The only thing I do argue with is the fact that, I mean, I argue but don't argue with Unicorns of Love always on the up and up. Of course you're always on the up and up when you don't qualify for the first Super Weekend, and then you qualify for the second.
I'm about to do worse, yeah.
You're at the bottom.
Okay, all right.
But I do agree though, Clars, you are right though. Unicorns have been looking better and better every single week. I guess it comes now down to the Super Weekend and continue to do so. There's some other teams who need to continue to improve are our bottom teams. Let's take a look at our bottom 3 and talk about them a little bit here, because it's becoming tough times for them. Obviously, we should see 2 out of the 3 fairly easy to qualify, but SKP have probably the toughest weight on their shoulders, having to pass Chazmak, who's at 140 so points.
Yeah, because as we know, right, you got Destiny, you got yourself also Dear Sarens, that did not qualify in the Super Weekend, and they are currently playing in 15th and 16th place respectively, so no extra points are going to be coming their way, so you are expecting at least 2 of these 3 teams to make it up there. SKP team's got the highest level of competition coming their way, though. They need to have their best Super Weekend by far. Not only that, they need to do even better than just a good Super Weekend if they want to catch up to Vodafone Giants, catch up to Nexus Gaming, and also on top of that, overtake the 2 teams that are currently above the 16th slot. So Skip team showing that league play that we just saw was Hamodi, especially standing out for the team. I believe they can make it, Jason. I still think it's going to be a very hard task at hand, but if a team can make it happen after that 3rd league play, I think SKP team has potential here.
They could. I think there will need to be a little bit of circle favor going their way overall. I mean, we saw that when they were able to get that big win, you know, it was a little bit favorable to them, but they were able to play from where they were able to play. But yeah, I mean, the letter of it all is that one of these teams, in theory, unless Chazmak has an absolutely disastrous Super Weekend, one of these teams will not be going to that league final. But it just depends on who it's going to be.
Also depends on who Max thinks is going to do well, I guess, if we want to think about his curse.
I'll decide which one I'm going to curse potentially. We'll see how it goes.
I feel like we need teams to like send him a muzzle, so we just.
I'll share my PayPal.
Muzzle. I'm not sure how PayPal works. They're not paying you off. They want to punish you by making it so you can't talk. Right now, we do have some teams, though, who can't seem to get a chicken dinner. So we're going to take a look at the teams who, unfortunately, have not won any money when it comes to our Super Weekends, as we like to call it, Imperium's Emporium, because they don't have the money on their side. Xtreme Slayers, Chazmak Gaming, Vodafone Giants, and SKP team.
Look at his little face. Look at little Imperium.
So sad.
I know, right? I mean, I would be sad for the teams too. Don't get yourself $1,000 every single win. That's very unfortunate to see for these guys. But when you know, especially the level of desperation Vodafone Giants and SKP team currently have coming into this, not only do you expect them to have some good games, really strong games, but also want to see them potentially convert those into wins. And if so, even if they don't make it into the finals, right, there's still some extra money in your pockets. You get 2,500 for participating. You get an extra 1,000 per the win. That'll be great to see. But Chazmak here, Kalaris, is the one I'm looking at to potentially get their first win in the Super Weekend. Was their best league play so far. Yeah. I think they could make it.
Yeah, they were definitely close even in that league play, right? When on that Miramar game where I felt like the position that they had was great, but unfortunately, positions like Conquerors was even greater. And as I say, the circle. Jason, is Imperium the header of this because he never wins, or is that what's going on here?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, honestly, the entire time you guys have been talking, I've been just looking and thinking about. I would not want to be the guy having to Photoshop his beard. It turned out so good.
I've had to do that in the past. I feel like it's a chore.
I feel like whoever did it deserves a raise. But yeah, maybe it's because Imperium can't get a win, though. I feel like if that's the reason, you should probably have Max there because he just tanked in PMCO. But, you know, don't worry, Max. We'll never forget about that.
Thanks. I mean, I play with Imperium sometimes, and I mean, let's say we don't get wins very often, but when we do, they're pretty good wins. I mean, the love circle lock and everything, and there's probably just bots at the end, but we win. It's a win regardless. I'll take it.
If you make a custom game with only 2 people in there, of course you're eventually going to win. I would hope. Unless you die to the zone somehow. Let's advance forward though, because we still have our first round almost ready to go here to kick off our final Super Weekend. Let's take a look at our best performing teams actually across the 3 Super Weekends in terms of how many points they got per week and get an idea of who's been able to stand out on top and who's been kind of the king of the castle at the moment. After week 1, Game Lord, 194 points they were able to put up, and no one's been able to match that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the main storyline we had at the end of the first Super Weekend, right, was how we had 6 teams running away with a very big lead, right, and it's been really hard to play catch up to them. Well, it's good to see that in the second Super Weekend, none of those 6 teams actually were in the top 3 best performing teams of second Super Weekend. We had LMV Gaming, of course, having a very good start, top 5 minimum every game in that first day, then confirming their first chicken dinner in day 2. Unicorns of Love playing catch up with all the teams and pushing himself out of the bottom 3 teams in a more comfortable position to head into the finals. And excuse me, despite being a little bit more silent, actually able to catch up to teams like LMV and Unicorns of Love. So I'm intrigued to see who's going to be top 3 of our third Super Weekend. It could literally be anyone from what we've seen so far.
I will say one of the teams that concerns me most coming into this Super Weekend, fully enough, actually is Game Lord. Not because I think they're not going to qualify for the season the final. It's impossible. They will be there. But if you think about what they did in week 1, second place in league play, first place in that Super Weekend, and then going into week 2, it was all meh. It was all kind of wishy-washy. Not really much was standing out for them. I would love to see Game Lord rise back up to that week 1 form that they had, because, I mean, Max, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were looking at them as a championship caliber team from that week.
Yeah, we were seeing Narvalo doing really good. We saw Victor doing really good. Yeah. Rob, from time to time, given a strong position, would also get himself a lot of kills converted in a strong spot. Yeah, we need to see a little bit more of Game Lord. I mean, not only Game Lord, Eastern Stars also a little bit more silent. And when you have Team Big being able to overtake it, I think that both Game Lord and Eastern Stars here got himself a lot of competition in mind. They want to try and potentially overtake Team Big and be first at the end of the Super Weekend for extra flexing rights. So, yeah, I expect that Eastern Stars and Game Lord could have a really strong Super Weekend here.
I mean, championship quality team or caliber team. I mean, MaxBam was even coined of the Avenger level threat team, and he doesn't do that very often. So you know there's high expectations.
I kind of calmed down now. You know, even anime references. I haven't done too many. It's like I matured almost. It's like level 2. I don't know.
It's weird when you get a girlfriend, you kind of mature because you want to keep her around, obviously. Let's move on, though, and take a look at the schedule and see what maps are coming up today. We're going back to normality. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. Okay. Yeah, I can't really talk much on my part about that.
I was going to say, we're sat here like playing Switch, playing with our Pokemon cards and stuff like that. And yep, I'm 33, I matured, Jason. Right, guys? Thumbs up,
you
nervous
like
smile.
talking about polls. That was always interesting to me. Let's take a look, though, at what you guys at home can do to help support PUBG Mobile. You guys can go vote in the Esports Awards for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. All you have to do is head over to esportsawards.com/vote and get your votes in so we can together be number 1. I don't know how your girlfriend stays with you, though, Claris, if you're spending so much money on Pokemon cards every week, but you know what? Respect that she sticks by your side.
Together.
She's a keeper.
Actually,
that's a good point.
So I have a beautiful dog and a beautiful car, and that's about it. That's nothing else, mate.
Beautiful girlfriend.
We need.
That's why she's... never mind.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right, well, gentlemen, we'll check with you guys after the first round has finished and we, come back and figure out why we do have girlfriends at all. I guess Clark's already figured his out. Let's bring in 2 gentlemen who don't need girlfriends. I don't know why we're going with this, but you know what? I'm going to throw it to them and I'm going to shut up and get out of here. We got Copter and Imperium joining me. Okay, bye, guys. I'm out.
Best transition ever. Why do we need girlfriends, Copter? It's an age-old question. It's one that will never be answered until the dawn of time. But what can be answered is what we are looking for coming into this first round of Super Weekend number 3. Yourself, Copter, what teams are you looking out for? What kind of plays are you, looking to see come through?
Well, I mean, we do have those 3 teams that are looking for to get those points to finally get on the grand finals. Of course, they will be on focus here. I mean, Nexus Gaming and the others there who are on the bottom half of the scoreboard. So I think those teams definitely are worthwhile checking. And well, the gameplay, how that's going to fall on, that's a completely different matter. But but one thing I think the discussion about the girlfriends, I think it's the poor Imperium doesn't need the girlfriends.
Okay, that's good to know. Maybe I just can't afford one as well because I'm poor Imperium, what can I say? But let's get ready to get into this game 1. The playing path is upon us. We see it quite central towards we see kind of towards the west, going from the south to the north. It's not a bad playing path for the first round of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fair one. It's on the western side, so shouldn't have major problems. Of course, the drop landing positions, we're not expecting any huge surprises here. We haven't, if we go back a couple weeks throughout the whole tournament, we haven't seen huge surprises there. I think the landing positions, there hasn't been a huge amount of drops, hot drops or anything like that. So I think that the landing, as always, it should be a pretty easy one for the team. So we can see Xtreme Slayers, of course, go heading towards the Sosnovka, and they're one of those teams which actually you had on your Imperium. So they are not yet being able to get that chicken dinner, so maybe we'll see. We haven't seen the mini-circles either coming their way, by the way.
No, we haven't, and this is no disrespect to any of the teams that haven't made it into this Super Weekend or the Super Weekends so far. But I really feel like this Super Weekend lobby is the strongest PMPL lobby. So I'm really looking for some class rotations, some class positioning. I think the wins that we do see from these rounds are going to be very deserving across the board outside of the circle look involved. But this phase 1 does complement the playing path at least.
Yeah. Just please go on. Okay, anyway, as we can see, the circle on the western side, so 4 Romanian boys sitting on the middle, and talking about the teams who need those points. So that's the how the rotations will start for them. That's the biggest question, of course, for everybody for now. And now we'll just have to figure out the kind of like the entry towards the circle. Of course, a lot of great teams holding the middle. Eastern Stars, pretty good, decent position. The Gatka Fields on the middle, 4 Romanian boys sitting there. And meanwhile, Game Law, they are just trying to gather the loot. We can see TSC moving there on the backside, and the Rob still just running around, trying to cross the breach without a vehicle. And doesn't have a helmet, doesn't have the highest amount of loot either.
Okay, so TSC Legends, they're all in one vehicle, but they are fine for the time being, going to their normal looting area of the map. Eastern Stars, I love the fact that they are really adapting and dropping on that western side of the map when it is a western playing path. I know it's something that they're doing, that they have been doing for the past couple of playing days, but it's something that they never really did in the previous PMPL. So that adaptability is a big part of why they are, you know, continuing to be one of the strongest teams in the PMPL.
Yeah, true. Well, SKP, they're just trying to gather down the loot. They have a long way to the circle from Novorepnoja, so they don't have to hurry, but anyway, they have to get the loot from Novorepnoja. Xtreme Slayers, they're still on the same island as well, so, I mean, we haven't seen that much bridge camping, but yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the fact that people are trying to get those final points before the grand finals of this season, of course, I mean, people might change their patterns, might want to do something else for a change, and especially teams which have already, like, well, not completely guaranteed, but if some team feels comfortable that, yeah, they're going to make it to the finals anyway, so maybe they will try to hold down if they'll see a team that is like one of their worst enemies, for example, that they don't want to be getting them to the grand final. So that's also an option now that the teams can go that way as well.
4 Romanian boys still currently in that massive split across the Gatka area. We've talked about this before, and they've actually gotten caught out in the past. They need to join up as either a full squad or a really solid 2-2 early on in this phase 1, because right now they are pretty much in the heart of this phase 1. You're going to have the likes of Eastern Stars go a little bit closer to them, Vodafone Giants, super young roster possibly, never mind the teams that are still outside of the circle. So as this game goes on, we're 5 minutes in the next 1 to 2 minutes max. To me, they need to join up as a full squad.
True. Well, quite slow rotations for multiple teams. We still have a lot of people outside. Of course, the blue is not yet here, but still, I mean, we haven't seen any kind of like a huge pack of teams gathering on the middle, and probably we don't have that anyways, because the middle is Gatka basically, so there's no places to pile. Yeah, the chopsticks, maybe the picnic area, and then the southern buildings, but there isn't that many places, so probably there's not going to be that many teams on the middle, but the hills on the southern side, probably, let's say the garage buildings and the other buildings on the southern side of the hospital and that area, probably the buildings right next to Everest as well, those will be the places up and down compound, etc. I think those will be the places where people are trying to stock when they finally get on the circle. Unicorns of Sloth just holding that northern side. I mean, they're just looting still. They have plenty of time. They are inside. It just might be one of those teams that will come late. And as always, Big coming from the north, finally starting the movement. Mishi, Beast, they are on the way. But yeah, they still have some players on Severny, but they will now start the movement. And that's definitely one of those things that I want to see where those guys will be actually heading.
4 teams part of Imperium's Emporium: Chazmak, Giants, SKP, and Extreme Slayers. The team, as of right now, that I see getting the first chicken dinner of Imperium's Emporium is Chazmac. This team has slowly been improving. Their IGL went back to MZ. Kalamos fortunately dipped himself. But I was talking to MZ after the league play, and he highlighted that his IGLing style, when it comes to communication, is both in French and English. Because Shadowen, he's from Iraq, so he obviously doesn't speak French. Trazen doesn't have the strongest English, but what they've done is they've taught Shadowen the key callouts in French, so he does understand the key callouts in French, but then he mixes his communication between English and French. That is obviously not ideal, but if it works and it still remains fluid on the team's performance, all the power to Chazmac and MZ for adapting to how the team are in terms of language.
That's pretty hardcore, to be honest, to have two different languages when you're IGLing. But I mean, if it works, why not? I mean, everything is possible and everything is allowed. So if you can do it, sounds pretty hard. But that kind of like shows the dedication what the players have. That people are willing to learn new languages. Of course, for me, I mean, I don't expect that anybody from outside Finland wants to learn Finnish to be able to play with the Finnish players. But I get it. It's pretty fun, to be honest. I mean, sounds like that they have a good synergy inside of the team.
So what would be a call-out in Finnish? If you were to say, okay, there's a team Northwest, what would that be in Finnish?
Siellä on tiimi Nortissa.
There you go. There you go. See? Learn something new every day, boys and girls. We are a learning broadcast as well as an entertaining one. Teaching you languages, teaching you call-outs, it's the way of the world. But I only know a tiny bit of Norwegian. And when I say tiny, it's just one sentence of Jeg vil være norsk, which is I want to be Norwegian in Norwegian. But we do see Eastern Stars being pushed upon by Super Young roster, an early knock and kill onto Athos. It's just that one Eastern Stars player on his own. The rest of the team are on the hill to the side. Or to the south, should I say.
Yeah, he was very far away from the others. So probably a super young roster, they spotted them out from that compound. And so that there's a solo player. And to be honest, I mean, the knock came quite easily, to be honest, on the stairways as well. So maybe he thought that he has more time to actually escape on the higher floors of the building, but that just wasn't the case. And super young rosters, they will just have to continue. I mean, they cannot like utilize that location. They just wanted to get that kill. That's all.
Phase 2 pops up and it goes down southwest. Pachinki Hill is probably going to be the primary controlling area of this circle for these teams because it has that fantastic balance of high ground elevation point overlooking the fields while still protecting to the northeast or technically to the south of these teams. But for the time being, nobody is there.
Yeah. Well, this circle is, I mean, it isn't. I think it's pretty fair. I mean, most teams are already inside, so people just getting inside of that zone shouldn't be a huge problem. Of course, game law, TSC situation, they are coming from the eastern side. They might have some small overlap, but the situation that we are currently seeing, so Unicorns of Love just holding that breach area, watching what XQsme is going to do, where they will move, and probably they are waiting their time to actually move forward. Of course, they don't want to stay there. They have to get inside, maybe waiting to get on that garage building because we saw that XQsme will leave from that one, and that's now completely free, so they can just move towards that building and take that. That's just barely inside of the zone, but it's still inside.
It is still inside, and if they're able to do something with that, that would be incredibly valuable. XQsme, move away from Unicorns of Love. You have Nexus being overwatched by Xtreme Slayers, but Xtreme Slayers for the time being have a bit of a 2-2 spread rather than a strong 3-person spread towards the side of that hill. That's where LMV could, if they sniff an opportunity, take advantage of it. They are moving onto the hill just to the west of Xtreme Slayers for the time being. Less focus by Xtreme Slayers onto LMV's positioning could see them get caught out.
True. Xtreme Slayers, they seems to be leaving, but SKP, as you mentioned, they are now coming, and actually Hamid is going to be knocked down already, and there we go, the flash will happen as well, and Xtreme Slayers, they will just decide to hold that bridge for now. We can see the rest of the SKP on the southern side, still on the Sosnovgard, and they will just immediately leave. They will decide to go for the east side bridge instead, because they will notice that it's going to be hold from the northern side, and that's going to be, of course, costing some time, probably some heals as well, as they will have to go pretty steep from the blue.
But Copter, why didn't they do that in the first place? Like, common sense would tell me, at least, trying to take away the fact that I can see the map feed. Common sense would say to me, phase 2 still continues towards the western bridge. That means the eastern bridge is a lot less congested. There's going to be nobody there. Why take that risk and lose a player if you're not going to rotate early across to that western bridge? So to me, that was definitely a big mistake from SKP.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have to guess the reasons, of course, the players know it better than us. But still, I would say because the circle was actually coming quite heavily on the western side, probably they imagined that there's a lot of pressure on the east side of the circle because of the shift on the western side, and maybe they thought that they can just, punch in from the south. And Xtreme Slayers, to be honest, they didn't even hold the bridge really. They had guys on the hill. True. They had one player on the glass building, so they might have tried to scout it from the southern side. Didn't notice anything. And then just the one player called the first scout, because they had 3 guys on the south. They just sent one player across, and that was taken down. So maybe a combination of these things. That's what I would imagine. But the next circle, I mean, I love this circle, to be honest.
Yeah, this kind of circle is fantastic. There's still a number of compounds in play. Super Young roster in the heart of this phase 3. Big have rotated around on towards a northern compound just south of Everest. Unicorns a lot are in the fields where you have that radio tower square that is fantastic to play around. Chopsticks are there to hold on to, which Giants have gone to.
Yeah, I'm not going to hide. I love chopsticks. I love when there's multiple crashing on the chopsticks. It's always such a fun. And you usually see huge individual plays on the chopsticks. One guy spraying down 3 guys from a vehicle coming. And that's what I love on PUBG when it comes to personal performances as well in situations like that. But yeah, I mean, still 61 players and this kind of a zone, which only has, I would say, 10 compounds that you can play, and then some hills and ridges, of course. So it's I think we have a good game coming. The ending, it's gotta be good.
It is. The dam is quietly building up, that wall of water ready to flow out, and we will get to that point in the game, the 15 to 80 minute mark, where that dam breaks and all hell comes through. For now, though, Unicorns are all protecting their area of the circle with an initial knock onto Creator. Lin is on his own. It's something that we've noted with this Unicorns Love roster, where sometimes Lin can make that little bit of a solo mistake, but he is holding things down for the time being. Chose out one nade, looking for another onto the building. He has a bit more support with GK the first on the other side of the road, a little bit further north of him. But still, if he gets knocked, I can't see him getting revived.
Yeah, true. LMV, they came from the southern side at the same time on the backside of the observatory, but they seems to be withdrawing from that, so they will not go on the backside. But Nexus, they are one of those teams. They need the points. They're currently holding the 17th place. They haven't yet secured their place in the grand finals. So, I mean, all the fights during this weekend for Nexus and the other guys like Vodafone Giants, SKP, they are super important for them. So, and when you have Unicorns of Law, team which we know that they have a very good performance, of course, depending from the day, but still that they have a lot of individual skill. I mean, even single player can be a huge threat.
Lin takes a couple of shots in his direction, has to back off behind the rocks, heal up. Nexus did get the revive onto Creator, so that keeps them up as a 3-person team. Unfortunately, they only joined this lobby as a 3-person team. But the next circle sends it in, and it goes a shift to the east, the open fields in play. You have Chopsticks, your favorite part of the Erangel map. Well, one of your favorites at least. And Gaka also still in the mix.
Yeah, it is definitely one of my favorite endings. I'm not going to hide that. I think I'm going to order some Chinese food. I think that's the solution for this. Then I get some more chopsticks, even if you don't get the second game including that. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what is the circle going to include that in the end. But yeah, we might see some crashes happening. We see LMV sending there on the middle. But they will not go for the chopsticks. They will go on the northern side of it, on the left, western side of the picnic area. But we do have, of course, Game Lord holding that same hill, that same area, not that far away. We can see nades coming on already, so they're just throwing them across the fields, and now SKP coming on the backside as well. Talon's gonna be taken down, so Game Lord, they are now getting those damages towards them, and also Jasmok's gonna be shooting at them, so it seems that the team is gonna be in a huge trouble, actually.
They did get taken out, by the way, as a solo player. We predicted that to happen. LMV's straight up push with no real hard cover is incredibly risky. They seem to be holding on, but you can see Game Lord and even Chazmak responding accordingly. I get Chazmak, Game Lord, should I say, don't want to full send it for that engagement. It's not worth it to them. The fact that they've thrown the nades, gotten a couple of knocks, is suppression in itself. It's enough. While Super Young roster are trying to get breached by SKP. Orlando nearly gets initial knock on towards that SYR player inside the building with him. A heal being played out. Orlando is the last player up. Chucks up a nade down the bottom of the stairs. Will that connect? Not quite. Alush is there to support his teammate as they look to breach on in and get the final kill for the SKP player. I don't see Orlando surviving for much longer, and that's it. He's being put down to about 25 health, trying to jump down the building, gets eliminated, job done. That is a kill actually stolen by Big.
Yeah, it was a difficult situation. Tried to spray from the window towards the staircase, but somebody was backstabbing, so definitely not the easiest place. And every time when you have a field ending like this, when you go on the rooftops, there's always somebody who's going to find the angle. And the LMV's rotation, which we mentioned earlier, there's actually TSC and Big on the backside, and Chazmak was there on the side angle. So that place, I mean, there was no way of getting 4 players safe without having some casualties, I would say. And that's what we saw from LMV. But they still have 1 player surviving, but SKP, they will lose all 4, and still gotta remember, it's one of those teams that they need the points. They are outside of top 16 and actually holding the last place with 58 points, as we can see, so they gotta do something about it if they want to be on the grand finals.
Conqueror are in one of the trickiest positions for this circle, I feel, on the eastern side, because they technically have to try and breach Chazmak, and if they leave it to the last circle, that's not going to be easy at all. Inside the chopsticks, though, in that middle part that is in the underground area, Vodafone Giants are doing a wonderful job of trying to pick their way through and hold things down on the fort, close by and towards the other side of the chopsticks. You have 3 teams in the chopsticks area, and this is the breach that I was talking about Conqueror needed to make onto Chazmak, and with Reeves to IGL leading his team by the wayside, that's going to be a squad up, and that's going to be a full squad still up for Conqueror.
Yeah, and now the circle shifted away from the chopsticks. I don't know if I should cry or something, but still, leave the chopsticks and the teams who have taken a place there. I mean, that you can easily feel like 5 teams. But meanwhile, we have a lot of action happening right next to it, so let's concentrate on this one. So Conqueror, they wiped down already some people, and now they're watching towards the Vodafone Giants together with, excuse me, Vodafone Giants needs to leave from that southern tunnel, and they had vehicles hidden there, and they're all just driving them away. But the question is still, where are they gonna go? In that circle, there's very few places, especially when you have 13 teams, so where will you go? Axel's got to be taken down, so Vodafone Giants got to be making an opening for them, and so they're trying to also take advantage from the situation towards Team Doom. Just they have the hard cover, they have one of the best compounds on the zone currently. The other one is Super Young roster on the northern side, who is holding Gatka still, but that's pretty much it. Those are the buildings that we have, and Team Doom, they are fighting to get into the zone. Seems to be having some casualties. Meanwhile, other battles, I mean, all the sides of the circle, they're full of battles currently.
Well, yeah, because this kind of circle that we've seen with the shifts of the past couple of phases, the center is not approachable really at all, so everybody's on the edge, everybody's fighting for a tiny bit of the land as Xtreme Slayers pushes in. That's going to be a double knock with Pappy pushing on into 4 Romanian Boys. Absolutely wonderful. Doran, Exo Machine, Royale should I say, the last 2 players up. Bardo is going to find himself whittled down as Two of his teammates are knocked down, looking in towards the crevices of the doorway. Royal pre-firing his way through. That's going to be Xtreme Slayers eliminated, and 4 Romanian Boys, they get rid of one team, but now another one is joining up. Dora responds accordingly. Like I said, all of these teams fighting for just a tiny tip of the circle inside their control. Pocus, one of the best close quarter combat players inside PUBGMOBILE Europe, gets a knock, but he's on a sliver of health. Roy's playing in on the doorway, trying to get that pre-fire shots off. He does get the knock, but now there's one player left. Takes him down. That is 4 Romanian Boys eliminated in a matter of seconds. 2 teams are wiped out.
Yeah, Vodafone Giants, they wanted that compound because it's, like I said earlier, it's the best place on the circle currently. It's a hard cover that you can actually hold, so that's why we had 3 or 4 teams actually fighting from the same place. We are down to 9 teams already, so we have lost a lot of teams. And Vodafone Giants, they have a chance to actually revive all the players. Team Doom is quite far away. Excuse me, don't really trying to do anything about it. So I think they can actually continue with the performance stack, and that's a very successful push if you can make it away from it with the 4 players.
Oh my lord, I love to see teams crashing compounds. It's just such a, hey, do or die, let's go for this, we are confident. Now Game Lord playing into the fields as he has to step up. The last player for Conqueror, but Robs is there to pick him apart. Responds beautifully. That is a kill in favor of Game Lord, and they do have a position inside this circle, which is even more important.
Yeah, now, I mean, that compound which they were fighting for, that's now out of the zone. So the only buildings are City of Gatka, because it's Pubg and TSC. They both actually hold the northern side earlier. So they're just holding that place currently, and they have the buildings. Meanwhile, a lot of teams will have to get away from the fields on the south. Nexus Gaming, just 1 player runner remaining, tries to go for the joyride, and we'll see how far that's going to go, because sometimes it's one of those YOLO runs, as I call it, that you just have to send it somewhere. You have no idea where you're going to go. There's probably going to be a lot of teams who's going to be shooting at you, but he makes it to the circle quite nicely. Meanwhile, Pubg and TSC, there's a knock actually happening in Gatka. I don't know what's the meaning of that one, but Ruana will find a place right next to the bush. He's got to go proning and hopefully will not be detected for a while.
2 teams fighting over the Gatka compound. Big TSC. TSC have impressed me when they've stuck together as a team. It's a clean 4v4. So this is going to be a glorious fight. TSC, I believe, have the advantage with Tam on the elevated position. It's perfect. I think Mihi is aware of that. There's a bit of a third party though, as Jaja gets knocked and taken out on the other side, so that does put pressure on the TSC. Tam recognizes this copter, so he sends it out of the higher ground. He gets knocked down though. Vitoni can do nothing. Bujo on the other side does get a knock on the sway from behind. A second on the beast, a third on the Mihi. We're left with the 1v1. Goldie can't heal up, goes for the drop shot, comes in, gets the wipe. What the hell? Goldie survives for his side.
Big is going to hold that place for now. Great individual performance there, as we saw a huge sprays coming and Bujo trying to do everything he can, but that's going to be denied in the end, as Big will just hold that place. Down to 5 teams, so we have been losing 4 in just a matter of a second. We have Vodafone Giants actually rotating right next to Ruana, so Nexus, they are still having that 1 proning player. Going to be spotted down to Nate from Poko's going to go right next to it. Not going to die, actually. Yes, he is going to die in the end, so Nate is going to be connecting, and Nexus Gaming will die in the end, so down to 4 teams. So now it's going to be just a battle of the different sides of the circle, but Big still having that hard cover, but we'll see soon. Will the next circle include that one? What do you think, Imperium? Will the
it includes no teams at all. It's every man, woman and child for themselves in the open fields outside the Gatka. Big can still do a perfect job of trying to take advantage of the elevated position they have for the remaining time before the blue zone starts closing in. But Victor says, no, not today. I'm not waving my white flag. I'm going to get the knock. That's a Game Lord way. Vodafone Giants still hovering around the area. They're probably going to have to go through Game Lord in some way, shape or form, or at least suppress them a little bit to try and carve a tiny entry point into this phase 7 circle, because there's also Eastern Stars on the other side.
Yeah, true. Now we have the Stray. Big is going to be trying to find anything they can while they still have the higher ground. But of course, all these teams on the field, they're going to be watching what Big is doing. So while they are, standing on rooftops, for example, everyone's going to be aiming at them. Vodafone Giants going to be taken down, so that's going to be 3 teams remaining anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, before these guys will leave, these 3 guys from Big, they will have to get done as much damage as they can. And meanwhile, they're just looking towards the Eastern Stars, and I would say more towards the Vodafone Giants as well, where they were located there. But I would say that Game Lord is actually going, I wouldn't say undetected, but they are not taking that much hit, and they're just, I think they're building quite nicely right next to them. So it's 3-man stacks, 3 of them, so it's a fair amount of players as well. I think that Game Lord, they have a very decent chance to actually surprise all these teams when Big is going to be finally leaving from those buildings.
Undetected, unpunished. Game Lord sneaking their way in. Big, like you said, are going to have to move out of the buildings. A lot of smoke's being thrown out. 3 teams left up. Big with 9 kills. Game Lord with 9. Eastern Stars with only 1 kill so far. They were put down to 3 players earlier on. Now, they're left with 2. Bazzi, Kapahala, the Warlord. Switched in between. Beast finds Bazzi. That's an opening knock. Kapahala's going to get taken out. Beast stood up. Made no mistake in that moment to take down Eastern Stars, but we're left with our final 2 teams. Goldie saved Big in that fight against TSC earlier on. Does get knocked by Game Lord. As you highlighted, Copter, an unpunished, undetected Game Lord earlier on will be the death of Big as Mihi gets dropped down and it's just Beast left on his own in the fields of Gatka. Robs holds on to the crate drop. DP28 Beast in the bushes of the circle, hoping that he's able to pull out that massive 3-piece he did in the last day of the league play against Super Young roster. It's going to take a hell of a lot, but I think the focus from Game Lord is on the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Beast, if he wouldn't have gone for a different push, they would be already dead. I mean, they saw the location where Big came away from the compound, and now Beast is going to be spotted down. The Spray's going to be coming.
Oh, he gets 1 knock!
The damage, and that's it. Nice 1 knock, but still in the end, Big is going to be taken down. Game Lord, in the end, they managed to do the field play just rightly and will secure the first chicken dinner of the day.
Game Lord with the win. You take those. It was a deserved win. They carved their entry point into, I think, phase 5, phase 6. From the northeast, they held on to that kind of north chopstick dip. And even early on, when LMV crashed around that area, they weren't afraid to be proactive. They helped to get rid of Conqueror, the last player from that standpoint. They helped to get rid of Vodafone Giants. Again, yeah, this was a massively deserved chicken dinner from Game Lord.
It was a really excellent chicken dinner. What actually happened there, Big, was when they were holding still the buildings of Gatka, we had 2 shooters on one of the rooftops right next to the entry to the stairway. And that entry to the stairway, it gives cover towards the northern side, but it also blocks the visibility towards Game Lord. So they were fully focused on the team on the southern side, Vodafone Giants. And when the time came, that Big actually needed to leave those compounds. I mean, Game Lord, they had a plan ready. They knew that they're gonna still go for the Eastern Stars because when Big came away from the buildings, they still focused their fire. So they managed to secure some kills on the 2nd place. But they, meanwhile, doing it because Eastern Stars and both Big, they didn't have a fight at all versus the Game Lord. So they were just chilling and waiting what's gonna be left for us, and then they opened the fire.
And Big knew where Game Lord were because one of their players had gotten knocked from a Game Lord player. Don't know if they knew that, but I'd like to think they had a bit of an idea of the direction where those shots went. They were shooting in that direction, but I think they felt like Eastern Stars was an easier target, and that's okay, right? Because even if you know that you're having to move out of the Gatka building, so you have a feeling that the potential of you winning the game is a lot less likely, so you go for the easier kills rather than the more challenging shots where you can get taken out in 3rd rather than 2nd.
I mean, they had 3 guys inside of the Gatka, and I mentioned 2 of them focusing towards the Eastern Stars. I'm pretty pretty sure that the third guy was actually trying to find the other team, so he was in a different location. And it makes sense to play that location to focus your fire, because like I said, every time when you stand on top of those rooftops, you're gonna be just one big target for everybody else. So if they would have had all the 3 guys shooting towards the Eastern Stars on the same location and kind of like at the same time also engaging game lot, probably then you would have more teams shooting at you as well. So that's kind of like vice versa situation. So yeah, there's a reason for everything, and I think Big still like they did the best they could.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, they have a lot of points, and they got plenty of kills as well, so definitely not gonna call that they did it wrong anyhow, but
exactly.
That was the reason what happened.
And Vodafone Giants, they had a pretty good game as well. They played the chopsticks area, they controlled it quite nicely towards the south side of the vicinity, and then they crashed in onto 4 Romanian Boys who just finished cleaning off Xtreme Slayers, and the Giants took opportunity of that for a team that I felt have gone back to a level of passiveness, a level of fear, or even just a lack of bite in how they play the game. To see that aggression and to see that quick decision making was nice and refreshing in my eyes.
Yeah, it could have been completely opposite way as well. I mean, the circle could have shifted towards the building, what the Vodafone Giants and the 4 Romanian Boys and who else was they were fighting for. But it decided to go on the northern side. But if the circle would have came on the southern side, then we would have the Vodafone Giants holding probably the rooftops and the second floor angle using that method. And then, of course, Big would have been in trouble a whole lot earlier.
First round of the day is one and done with the Game Lord chicken dinner. We're going to send it for a quick break. The desk will break all of that action down, and then we'll have, of course, round 2 coming up shortly.
Well, we had questions whether or not Game Lord would be able to replicate what they did the very first Super Weekend, and hey, they started off strong here. Clearly a curse was not into effect as they take a chicken dinner. More importantly, take $1,000 for themselves, which they could easily use to buy themselves a lovely OnePlus 9 with its 120 Hz refresh rate. They can track all their opponents to take them down and get more chicken dinners in the future. Maybe more money as well, who knows? But welcome back to the desk here for PMPL Western Europe Season 2 as the first round of the day has finished off here in our final Super Weekend. And let's dive straight into the match rankings, get an idea of how many points the teams did get, because there's a couple in there, guys. Vodafone Giants, Nexus, that might have got enough points to finally qualify now and be for sure secured top 16.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nexus Gaming have overtaken Dear Sirens. We'll have to see. Destiny, they're getting relatively close. I'm not sure they overtook them just yet, but they're definitely getting really close to that position, so they're making themselves even safer. Only really Vodafone Giants and SKP team can really contest that kind of position, but both Vodafone Giants and Nexus Gaming doing extremely well in this game. Plus, on top of that, the top 3 teams of the Super Weekend, Game Lord, Team Big, Eastern Stars taking home double-digit points in this game also, and Game Lord taking home the win. For the storyline of like the top teams and the bottom teams, this is a very, very pivotal game, I would say, Kalaris, and very important for the rankings.
Yeah, and don't worry, Jason, you thought that maybe Game Lord would be cursed. Don't worry, because it was me talking about the fact that we needed to see them rise on up. The blessing is very much alive. But I think they played this game great in terms of how they were moving through these fields. We can talk about that a little bit later in more detail. But overall, a bit of a tough finish in terms of kind of getting stuck in these fields for Big, for example, who are firing at absolutely everything. It's good that they got so many kill points over in that little Gatka town, because other than that, it was going to be rough getting out of those buildings.
Yeah, I think we were watching with Blank, and he was commenting how he couldn't even hear himself think because of how many shots were being fired off towards the later ends of that match. But we can see, though, I mean, for me, it's great to have like Game Lord, Big, Eastern Stars all kind of doing well in that first match, because that's like the teams I want to see doing well in the finals. I want to see some crazy competition between them. I want to see, you know, them battling out against Unicorns of Love, trying to obviously qualify for the EMEA Regional Championship Season 2 kicking off in November. But as we take a look down the list, you got Conqueror in there. As we take a look at the second page though, Unicorns of Love, the team we were just kind of mentioning heading into this, with 0 points. But also I want to point out here really quickly, Chazmac Gaming, Max, a team who dominated in league play.
Yeah, no, it's just the first game, right? We'll see how it's going to be working out. It was not the easiest circle if you rotated in late, which is what's been happening mainly for the last league play. We saw Chazmac Gaming playing very edge, and unfortunately, if you play edge in a circle like that, which can work from time to time, but what happened at one point, there was a very hard shift. It went away from them, so a lot of teams had their sights drawn towards Chazmac Gaming, so that made it a little bit harder. So unlucky. We'll see how things work out for the next game on Miramar. But top players, Mihi's going to be back on board. I mean, he's definitely contesting Alicia for the MVP position at the top of the Super Weekend, and he's been consistently up there. But we're seeing Victor finally back on the track with a total of 638 damage. So yeah, feels good to see Victor up there, not with Narvalo, but Robs this time around. So Kalaris, Game Lord definitely racking up the numbers here.
Yeah, brilliant to see. I mean, in terms of the transitions they made through these areas as well, they took the north side of the West Chopstick over in Gatka Fields, and that position in general to stage this kind of campaign from is one of the better ones to do it from, and then kind of, you know, moving through these fields slowly and using a lot of utility more so than actually firing at people to eliminate threats near them, which kind of obscures exactly where you are when you're moving through these fields, which is very important as well.
I would even add on top of that, the fact that they went for Chopstick and they were waiting for the teams to actually go in front of them, and they just backstep. I believe it was Excuse Me at one point. There was a few teams rotating up north. That is why you see the damage being so high, because they were fighting teams in a field finish from a very safe location. Of course, utility could have gone against them, and that could have potentially hurt their chances of a potential win, but they played it really well, so I'm happy to see Game Lord actually get that one. And they were being so proactive too at the end, right, James, where Team Big knew exactly where Game Lord were positioned. They were taking a lot of shots, as we heard from Blank. They were definitely going for some big sprays, but at some point, they used the smokes, completely went for a wide spread, so it was very hard for Big to know exactly where Game Lord were positioned, and that surprise factor allowed them to get new angles, new opportunities, and eventually take down Big at the end.
Okay, well, speaking of Game Lord, we're just going to check in with their player stats last batch. I know we got to see, you know, 2 players make it into our top player list, but Navarro, as we talked about, we wanted to see maybe where he was sitting at. And, well, funny enough, he's actually really wasn't that far behind. The only real difference, I guess, was the 2 kills and a little bit of survival time.
Yeah, same amount of damage. Narvalo and Rob's going to be up there. Always good to see. Akashi is still the player that we would like to see a little bit more of Akashi. He's got his moments where he does well, but he died a little bit early in this game. 19 minutes and 41 seconds. If you can make it a little bit later, potentially more kills could have went their way. But yeah, Rob's has definitely improved drastically for the side of Game Lord. Definitely the player that we've seen rise up the most for this entire roster. Victor and Narvalo OP, of course, doing always as well, but Rob's, I'm happy to see him do so well at the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a big part of Game Lord's success is those 2 players we've been mentioning time and time again, Victor and Navarro. But with them like really underperforming in week 2, I think it was time for someone else to step up, and it's good to see Robs be able to do that for the roster.
Yeah, gotta agree. Very, very good, kind of all-rounded roster at the moment, which I'm hoping, as I say, from that week 1 where we were saying that they were very rounded, transitions nicely into this week 3. I mean, a win off the start of things, it doesn't get much better than that, Jason, I'm gonna be honest. And they were able to do it massively, I've got to say.
Well, the only way it gets better is if they win the second round of the day as well. But let's take a look, though, at Nexus really quickly. Actually, no, we're not going to go to Nexus just yet. We're going to actually go to Telestration, because you guys were to talk about the final zone and the final 3, how they position themselves around this field.
Yeah, so there's a few things that actually go down during all of this. I can press play on this and we can take a quick look at all of this. So let's take stock of where we're at right now. Big on this right-hand side is trading heavily with Eastern Stars. So there's a lot of firefight going over there, and Eastern Stars was eventually going to be smoking down, which Big was spraying into due to the fact that they'd taken so many kills over in Gatka, and where it had a lot of ammo. So they were just spraying. Now, what did Game Lord do well here? So let's just play this on a little bit. You see the smoke right here. This smoke is important. Why? Well, because this smoke, compared to the Eastern Star smokes that we saw before over in the distance, this smoke is obscuring not only a hay bale, but also a car. So Big knows, because they already saw that movement before, that they can't really spray through there, because they know that they're probably going to hit a lot of stuff. And this smoke in itself allows Game Lord to make the transition over and start spreading out. Now, in this time, whilst Big's taking out Eastern Stars over in the distance, you're seeing here that Game Lord is taking advantage of this window of time, and they eventually start to fan out. We can move it on a little bit from here. But overall, what is cool about Game Lord's movement during all of this is the fact that they do some obscuring plays, but also they get into these positions in quite a sneaky fashion as well. Some of the trades that they took on before, which we didn't quite see in this clip, were trades against like Vodafone, for example, where they were only using grenades to eliminate them. And when you're only using grenades to eliminate your opponents as opposed to guns in these kind of field finishes, when you're spreading yourselves out like this, it really gives your opponents no understanding of exactly where you are at that time. They can't register exactly where those nades have come from. They can only register where sprays have come from. So when Game Lord now fans out, it's an easy win for them. This was just really well done.
Especially when you have the man advantage, right? You just want to make sure you're going to take that wide spread, take as much control of the circle. And especially when you look at Big's position, they only have like, what, a few trees to work with and some smokes. You don't have a rock. You don't have actually big angles to cover. So just one small off angle, you're going to have no defense to play around. So that was really well executed by Game Lord. They knew they had the man advantage. They wanted to be controlling. And at the end, they get the win off the back of it. So that was like the textbook play to do in a field finish like that.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's the important part you guys brought up, right? Is like knowing they're in a position of advantage and pushing that that situation so they can close it out. You don't want to see teams who will get a compound late game, as like a side note, a compound late game, and not take advantage of every position they possibly can, getting as many kills, get as many points, and you're seeing the initiative out of the team, which I think is a really good sign going forward. It looks like they haven't really lost that confidence that they have within this roster. But we can see, even with that win, though, Game Lord was unable to catch up and pass Big as they still hold on by a 2-point lead. But still, another chicken dinner, another $1,000 in the pocket, 3,000 in total so far across our super weekends. And as we look down the list here, especially down towards the very bottom, Nexus have passed Day of Silence and now 5 points behind Destiny.
Okay, I said Chasmac Gaming should be fine, okay? But now I'm thinking, you know, Chasmac Gaming, they're not having a good game. Nexus Gaming trying to play catch-up, Vodafone Giants too. It's just Nexus Gaming, it would be unfortunate to see them potentially drop down in 16th, but SKP team, seeing that first game, they're going to need a way better performance for the rest of the Super Weekend. So Chasmac Gaming want to try and get a few points potentially, especially because I think that's where they are lacking a little bit. We saw that in the league plays. They just want to be safe, but Nexus Gaming able to push themselves up in top 16 is great. They've still got 5 more points to get to be in 15th, and then they'll be mega comfy.
I really wonder if, you know, Chasmac sitting at home, getting ready for their first round of the day, and they feel like this cold wind, this cold chill come in from outside, the window slams.
You mentioned us.
And then they're like, oh no, Max talked about us.
It's Max again.
The curse. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It has potential. Miramar coming up next here as our second round of the day out of 5. It's time to bring our commentators, though, back in as the next round is about to kick off. So, Kolaris and Max Ben, I'll check in with you two in just a few when I get to the green room back in just a few moments. Let's bring in Copter. Let's bring in Imperium. Gentlemen, Game Lord take the first victory. We have Nexus now qualifying top 16. Chasmac, talk about it. Do you think Max just cursed them? And you think they're going to get knocked out now?
Of course Max has cursed them, because that's what Max does best, right, Jason? But I'm here to get rid of that curse. The Imperium buff, as I think deeply, Chasmac, you can win. Chasmac, you can win. There you go. It's been wiped away. I don't know how it works, but it does. It does, Copter. Do you think it's going to work?
I don't know why, but I'm just having this image on my head because the cold, chill breeze was mentioned. And it's going to be Max Band, like blowing on the back side of them. I think that's the cold breeze.
I've never seen Star Wars, but I know, shocker, I've never seen a Star Wars film. But Maxman is like Darth Vader, and I'm just, you know, I'm on the light side, he's on the dark side. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm Obi-Wan, he's Darth Vader, and I'm gonna get rid of that Chasmac curse. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it, guys. But we are into the second round of the day, the dusty desert grounds of Miramar, the harsh open terrain. The plane path is upon us, and it's a little bit north.
I mean, if you haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies, you are not allowed to use the quotes. I mean, you can't even mention Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's too much if you haven't seen the movies, so please.
Are you a big Star Wars fan?
I mean, I have seen all those movies, I don't know, maybe like 10 times each of them.
Okay,
I mean,
I feel like I've insulted your family now by referencing
I mean, do remember that I have some age on me as well. And, you know, I was watching Star Wars when I was a kid already. That's like a tens of years ago. So there has been a lot of time.
Some age or a lot of age?
Well, I mean, I think the best explanation that my first Star Wars toy, which I bought myself, that was 85.
That was 3 years before I was born. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Time flies when you're having fun, I suppose, and these teams are definitely going to look to have a little bit of fun, get some good points, as the phase one is quite heavily up towards the north. Again, like the first round, Copter does at least complement the playing path.
Yeah, it's a fair circle comparing the playing path, definitely. And we can see a lot of teams. I mean, only a couple teams actually took the northern side, which is completely understandable. But now it's, I would say, beneficial, because when the rotation is going to start, again, the pressure will be on the southern side, only a couple teams on the north. LMV, they will just go to Tierra Bronca. They're actually having all the guys on one vehicle, and they will go together with Baru towards Camp Militar. That might be the case, so there might be something going on later on. But yeah, like you said, definitely Circle is... what do you think, Imperium? Where would you like to see the Circle to go from here? What is your favorite area? What is currently inside of the zone?
I love the El Azahar Hills. To me, those are a beautiful area of the map and some really great hillsides that if you can, as a team, control it, it can really favor your end result. And it can be quite tricky. Maybe an El Azahar city finish. I'm also a bit of a fan of that, so we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, Zesh is going up against one of the Vodafone Giants players. Will lose that battle, even without the rest of his team there. He will still, without rest of Vodafone Giants there, Nano does still come out on top. Vito going into a 1v4. And what is this? 1v4s within the first couple of minutes? Yeah, is that a product of the kind of north playing path, or is that just teams being a little bit sloppy?
I don't know what's going on with Conqueror, because they have a second player, AZ, proning here as well. They lost Vito, and they have AZ here on the same region as well. All this is happening on the southern side of San Martin. So I would imagine that there has been some kind of contention about the drop spots and Conqueror not getting the places. But they have two guys in Pecado, actually, Conqueror. So they tried to split 2-2 between San Martin and Pecado, which is, I would say, a little bit strange, to be honest. I mean, that's the only reason why the two guys would be otherwise lying right on the southern side of San Martin, or I don't know what was the play. Maybe they tried to steal a vehicle, something like that. But but definitely not working out for Conqueror. I mean, they are quite nicely there on on the better half of the scoreboard, so they should be getting to the grand finals anyways. But still, I don't think that you can go like complete YOLO on the last games either.
Interesting. Let's see if Azzy can stay quiet and not get spotted out. It seems to be the case, as are going to prioritize continuing their looting and rotation phase. TSC making an early rotation towards the center of the circle. Xtreme Slayers have a big 3-1 split with 3 in Chris Val, 1 towards Tierra Bronco. So at least Bardo hopefully will be able to provide that level of information for the rest of his team. Nexus, they have a fantastically easy rotational spot from their current drop in the Cabrera. They can just go on towards the water treatment hills. You asked me what's kind of my ideal area in this kind of circle. What about yours? Are you a big water treatment fan? Do you prefer Hacienda? What are you looking for?
I mean, in a way, when we come in Miramar, because it's a lot of sand. So yeah, I mean, water is essential if you want to survive. True. In a way, water treatment is a nice place. But I would still go for the Oasis area. I mean, if we would get let's say 5 hard shifts towards the northwest, I guess I would be I would be living my dream.
That would be pretty damn glorious, Copter. That would be pretty damn glorious. That first game, by the way, was very important on a couple of areas between the very top and the very bottom of the standings. The race for the PMGC spot was incredibly valuable for Eastern Stars in that first game, because Unicorns Love got 0 points. So the points that Eastern Stars got, which was 11, was just 100% kind of bonus benefit to them in that regard. And then for the bottom of the standings, as the desk highlighted, Vodafone Giants with a pretty decent result, to say the least, of 13 points. That really puts them much closer towards securing their spot in the finals of this PMPL Season 2.
True. Well, the rotations are starting slowly but steadily. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Nexus is coming inside from the northwest. They managed to get a 16th place on the last game, so they kind of like have opened the day. I mean, not the best way possible, but still getting that amount of points that they can definitely challenge the spot to be on the grand finals. And they will actually park it right there on the northern side of the water treatment that was discussed earlier. A lot of teams are, of course, trying to pile around San Martin, which is, well, not that far away from the middle of the zone, actually almost dead center of it. TSC, excuse me, I think Game Lord, as they will start the movement away towards the western side of the San Martin as well. I think they will just try to find a place in the middle. But a lot of teams outside, and Unicorns of Love, they are already in the blue. They decided to loot the Alcantara trailer park area, so they will be forced to be one of those last teams. But luckily, as the circle came on the southern side of the plane, and we pointed that out on the start, that not so many teams decided to take the northern side. So there's a lot of space on the north. And if the circle shifts on that direction, I mean, all the teams will, even doing the late rotations, they can have the advantage.
And with Unicorns Love, for me at least, I'm really learning to not doubt this in the blue for the first couple of circles playstyle that they have. I questioned it when they were going from that terrible week 1 to the transitional phase of getting their act together and pulling out some good results. But at the end of the day, they've proven that their playstyle at the moment works heavily. And let's see what they do with it. But TSC and Xtreme Slayers looking to challenge each other. An initial double knock, I believe, onto the TSC players will give the advantage over to Xtreme Slayers, as TSC really not dealing with that one extremely well. Jaja does get a knock, but it's returned straight away. Vitoni, his last one up.
True. It's a tricky situation. Definitely Xtreme Slayers having the better hand of it. Vitoni's nade, not going to deal a huge amount of damage. Will still try to battle, try to hold that place, but cannot anymore go for any of the revivals. Everybody else has been flushed down already. So he's a completely solo here, just trying to deal the damage, get any points still possible. Escaping the situation is next to impossible, because we can see Xtreme Slayers holding it so nicely. There's a buggy, but you're not driving away. The sprays towards the buggy, they are so strong that he just cannot leave with that vehicle. So he needs to somehow manage to keep there, and they will just try to drive over it. Great spray from Vitoni coming, gets one. That's going to be Puppy falling down. There's going to be more. Yes, a second happens as well, but he's in the end taken down. But I mean, great try getting those 2 knocks in that situation. It like exploded very fastly.
Yeah, good effort from Vitoni. There's not much he could do, but I do appreciate and respect the aggression from Xtreme Slayers. I've made note of this, where they are being a bit more proactive early game. They're not being as passive. And with regards to TSC Legends, let's be fair, they were there first. So it's quite obvious that their positioning as a team was not there to handle a team crashing down, because Xtreme Slayers came from Cruzaval, so in theory they should have been able to dealt with Xtreme Slayers quite nicely. But the game goes on. The next circle has popped up. It has shifted down south while Game Lord and Team Doom are in action against each other. Rob's trying to use a couple of smokes to give him a little bit more area of cover. Chucks a nade that goes a little bit too far forward. Zero's going in on his own. That's a bit risky as a solo player. You lost Desh already. Now the rest of the team are going to support him. Rob's is on his own as well. He's trying to deal with the pressure. Fossey on the other side. The minivan blows up and Robs gets knocked and confirmed just like that.
Yeah. It's, I mean, Team Doom, they actually played it quite nicely, I gotta say. Even though they had a risky situation, but I mean, Game Lord, when they had only 1 player remaining on that situation, they came from 2 different directions, made sure that he doesn't have like any angles to play, and kind of like closed him in a certain sector of the yard. And then they just knew that when they will make the move, they will find him from that place. But Xtreme Slayers, they will find some more action. It's gonna be Nexus Gaming, and they will actually get a knock from Puppy.
It's been traded up. It started with Bam, and then returned onto Pappy and towards the hillside, so very important for Nexus. Can't go for the revive yet. Halls plays in on his own. It's going to be a molly knock from, I believe, Creator. He gets confirmed up. Halls burning to crisp as well. This is easily in the hands, but Halls gets the knock. But he does get knocked in return, Dewey. That's a bit of a mistake. But at the end of the day, Nexus do have the body advantage. They have that little bit of a positional advantage because Bardo went for the revive on the Pappy, but now Bardo's swinging it through with the boogie. That will be heard. There's no element of surprise in this one. Play by the side of the wall, but don't stay by the side of the wall. He is forced to stay by the side of the wall as he prones down. Creator hang on towards the side of Molly, trying to slow down Creator. This is a good attempt at a turnaround, but Pappy, he takes his own damage, and I think Nexus are at a point of having this game in their control.
They will just go for it because the robot actually just pushing inside, gonna be trying to deal some damage, but Nexus defending very hard. Like 3 HP remaining. We can see Nexus player just moving on the windows on the next building as well. Bam is gonna find that angle, and there we go. That's gonna be only Pappy remaining for the Xtreme Slayers, and he's more there on the southern side, all relieving from the sea. Not gonna be able to help out with the situation at all. He's gonna just go immediately. And one thing I gotta still have to say about the Vitoni situation, the previous situation, when the Vitoni, when he got that spray, I mean, when the guys were coming with the vehicle, he kind of like missed the first part of the spray, and then on the second part of the spray he actually managed to get the guy from the vehicle when the vehicle was over like 20-30 meters away from him. So if he would have been able to get the first like 2 guys away from that vehicle, he would actually been able to make that situation 1 versus 1. So it was very close. A very good try for Vitoni. That's what I have been thinking meanwhile as all the other action has been happening.
Circle centers up. Excuse me, are in the center. A good cluster team now outside of the circle on the east. Chazmak, Eastern Stars, 4 Romanian Boys, SKP and LMV, who's going to have a dynamic rotation. To me, this kind of circle shift is not good because it's very flat in the center, so a lot of teams are going to be playing on the edge.
Yeah, true. I mean, the fields, there's a couple of those warehouses, so we can see Game Law taking one of those. We can see Team Doom taking the northern warehouses, not from the field, but from top of that hill. And then, I mean, when we come towards the south and the intersection area, where's the warehouses, the silos. So there's like a decent amount of places. So even though, yeah, it's kind of like that you cannot go completely on the middle, but still there's a lot of space, a lot of places on the side that you can actually play. So it's not completely horrible. And even the teams that's gonna rotate late, they should find a place. As we still have 15 teams, but they should be able to fit in.
Fair point, Copter. Let's see what happens. Unicorns will have made it into this phase 3 circle. On the northern edge, Super Young roster, you can see are doing what they can to control their southwestern circle position. Conqueror still left with 3 players as he was able to move away earlier on when his teammate Vito got taken out by Excuse Me. And like you said correctly, everybody now is in the circle except for LMV.
Yeah, I'm just like following what they will do, but northern rotation, if they will take it wide, going towards the water treatment, that would make sense in north because there's a hill that you get a lot of information and then you actually see the locations where the players are on the field. So you might want to have a look. And that is what also we can see other teams are doing. Super Young roster, they have a small advantage. They're watching towards Peak that is holding, I would say, one of the best compounds for now, depending, of course, where the circle's going to shift. If it's going to go on the north, there's, well, the fields are there. And there's only, we might get a field finish that we only have the hay piles and, those small tents around them. And then it's, just people sending it in like crazy. But the LMV's rotation, which was coming from the northern side, is Unicorns as well is going to spot that down. And they will just, Talon will be only getting away.
Yeah.
They only have one player who's going to try to go for the revival. But I don't think that Unicorns of Law will actually let it go. GK first is watching it. I mean, he's risking to stay on the blue just to be able to get those final points away from those guys.
Idan does get away, and that is unfortunately the issue with being on the edge of the circle or on the outside when you're looking to make a rotation. There's that level of we just don't know where teams are, and that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. The next circle has gone massively down the southeast. A big Boys shift indeed. It favors Eastern Stars, excuse me. Still in the circle, but big and four Romanian Boys. Now gonna start the clash. It's a great response from Exo Machine, getting an initial kill on the Beast, who's in that frontline position. Mihi cooking up a nade. Their positioning for four Romanian Boys is extremely good, but a third party from Eastern Stars will slow them down quite a bit. Exo Machine knocked down. Bazzi on the higher ground, punishing his Romanian brethren.
This is so hard circle, to be honest. I mean, all the teams from the fields, they will have to somehow come towards the hills. And we have seen this actually happening on the past. Well, teams will just need to come and kind of like lean the hills. And then just, they cannot really take the fight on top. As we can see, Super Young roster are actually approaching from the south. And that's, if they will go straight towards Eastern Stars, they might be taken down as a whole if Bazzi and Kapahala are awake on that situation. But meanwhile, a lot of situations happening here on the western side. We can see Conqueror trying to hold what they can from the Vodafone Giants, and now Eastern Stars, they will spot down the Super Young roster, and they are coming straight towards. I mean, what are the chances in Ferium here? What do you think?
Slim and none of Slim's out of town as Lush gets knocked down to the ground. Brings me on to four Romanian Boys and what they've been able to do to push back Team Big, but they do lose a player in the hands of Dorn. There's not really much that they can do about that. Chazmak, they have the East as the best on their own. Nobody's going anywhere near them.
Good. I mean, for Romanian Boys, the location, what they currently have, they open up the angle towards Super Young roster, and also now Eastern Stars, as we can see, Bazzi has fallen down, so some casualties will be coming towards the Eastern Stars as well. But Bazzi is quite far away from the others, so I don't think that, I don't know if they cannot go for the revival because of flush happening on the kill feed meanwhile, and that's the end of it. But still, Eastern Stars, they hold a great place. They are trying to somehow find a way to hold down Super Young rosters, I think, out of the zone, but now four Romanian Boys will open the fire at the same time, and they will try to rotate between the Eastern Stars and four Romanian Boys. So will they just decide to crash back? That's actually interesting because they will leave and they will actually flank on the side of four Romanian Boys, as meanwhile Vodafone Giants will be taken down.
Vodafone Giants unfortunately cannot keep the momentum up from a Game 1 performance where they got 13 points and they go out in 15th of this game. Number 2, we do follow quickly with LMV being eliminated, so 13 teams left, 40 players. The blue zone of this circle is quickly closing in. Super Young roster, Big and four Romanian Boys all fighting for that south edge of the circle. Four Romanian Boys definitely the bigger gatekeepers, but Big have found a little bit of a breach in. Sig does get the knock onto Mihi though.
Yeah, they only have 2 guys anymore standing, so we'll see how Daddy and Sway will handle it. Mishi was a little bit separated. The flash will come from Conqueror all the way from the fields.
Oh, wow.
Now the circle has been shifting, hard shifting on the northern side, and that is so bad for the teams on the south. It is a one very hard shift, and most probably on these hills where we can see the fighting happening for Romanian Boys, etc. I think you can actually hold maximum maybe 1 or 2 teams on the next circle, and excuse me, they will be meanwhile just going to take that place, and all these persons, when they are done with this fighting, they will try to get on the circle. I think there's going to be a nice welcoming committee waiting for these guys.
Unicorns of Love are close to the edge. Super Young roster are eliminated. You have Nexus with a player down, but do still have a tiny bit of an entry point on towards the very northwestern cusp of this circle. They do have to worry about potential teams on the outside of the circle like Team Doom, possibly Game Lord, Conqueror, although they are a little bit far away for the time being. Four Romanian Boys continuing to gatekeep Big, but they have to think about their own position and the fact that they have to enter into this circle.
And now Conqueror, I mean, one player's going to fall down. A lot of shots will be coming towards them, and there should be maybe more knocks happening. 3 is going to be taken down as a whole, but the 2 guys were still moving with a vehicle, and they actually seems to be getting at least close to the circle, but there's going to be a lot of teams on the area where they're heading, so I think there's going to be a lot of things happening for them. And Boys going to be trying to find the last player from the Big. Daddy will come around the building, but takes the damage in the end, and that's gonna be Big taken down. So for Romanian Boys, they will defend the area from Big, and they will stay alive, but Big is gonna be eliminated, so they don't make any more points on this match.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult, but I really feel like 4 Romanian Boys have taken away their chances of entering in towards the edge, because Eastern Stars and Conqueror have gotten there before them now. So as much as it was a squad wipe on the Big, they've allowed their late game to really suffer. Let's see if they can turn it around at least, while Excuse Me and Team Doom have made the breach on towards each other. Excuse Me were here first. Team Doom get quickly eliminated. Now you see me, now you don't. Followed by Conqueror.
And meanwhile, we can see at the northern side, we haven't been much following the action, but we can see Nexus and Unicorns of Love, they're like building on the northern side. And well, depending from the circle, but that hill, that's kind of like the divider. So if the circle will pop on the north, of course, they have the advantage. But getting down from that hill, that's like super risky business, to be honest, especially when you have Game Lord holding that intersection compound still, which is the best place of the circle, but that's the Fray! And Pappy gets the Fray, and there's going to be more people coming. So he will try to defend, and he gets a second one. Free Fire is going to be happening. Almost gets it done, but in the end, going to lose that battle.
Oh, that was close. Good effort, Pappy. You got one. You confirmed the kill. But Akashi finishes you off. The circle centers up. Nobody is inside it. SKP, this is such an important game. We just cannot forget about this team. They got 1 point in the first round of the day. They can end this second round with a much stronger score. Will continue to keep them in the running for that top 16. The fact that Nexus are still in this game is definitely not a good thing for them, but Unicorns of Love definitely look to get rid of that, and indeed they do. Nexus are eliminated.
They will fall, and now just Unicorns of Law will need to get down. There's one player from the game lord still waiting on that compound, so I think he definitely wants to have that spray when they will come down from that hill, and that's I think that defines a lot what's going to happen on the northern side, because the northern side of the road, there's a deep that is actually included, which is playable, and there we go. Unicorns of Law will fall down. There's going to be Excuse Me waiting for them as well. The spray will come for 4 Romanian Boys towards the Excuse Me at the same time as well. Mango dealing the damage, still watching what's going to happen with the 4 Romanian Boys. There's going to be utilities thrown at the same time as well. Will that deal the damage? It's going to be getting close, but no, it will not do the damage. And Mishi, the spray will come from Mango towards Royal 69, and he's taken down. So a lot of things are actually like a lot of third partying happening as well, as 4 Romanian Boys trying to hide on the blue. Mango goes with the machine gun, doesn't find the angle. The heal strat is in use, but there we go. In the end, 4 Romanian Boys are taken down, and SKP in a lot of trouble.
They are in a lot of trouble. Just one player left up for them. Elando's Chazmak used their position on the edge of the circle, by the rock, by the wayside, and the vehicles they have in their control to lay down the law, lay down the lead, put the pressure and the hurt, the pain, the brutality, and SKP are out of here. 4 teams left up now. Chazmak, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, and the last player of Game Lord. I said this is the strongest Super Weekend lobby, and look at this. Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love. You couldn't ask, along with Chazmak and Game Lord.
I don't think that Chazmak is feeling that cold breeze that was mentioned. They have all the 4 players alive as well. They're definitely the strongest team on these final circles. But now the utilities, Octavian, the nade is going to be good actually. It's going to go right next to Chad. It's going to fall down. Excellent nade. A second one will come as well. Octavian, Kappa, Hala, Unicorns of Floor from the backside. Rokies with 5 kills, as we can see. Still pressing the matter. 2-man stack remaining, and Chazmak, they are taking the casualties. How long can these teams take it? How much damage can they cause?
Copter, that was like a grenade centipede, one followed by the other from behind, and ShadowN does lose his life, but one more player, Chazmak, as well. 2 more players at Chazmak are still alive, but they couldn't be further from the edge of the circle. Akashi is weighting it down. This is looking to be a Game Lord chicken dinner. Trazen and Roxin pushing in. They do look to go towards ShadowN, but to be honest, I think sending 2 players there is a bit of a risk in towards those vehicles. 1 or 2 nades by Unicorns of Love, and that is Chazmak eliminated, but so far no good when it comes to the nades, while Akashi just smoking his way to the edge of the circle. Unicorns will evolve, I believe, know exactly where the final players are in this game, and they do take the shots. Akashi is avoiding it for the time being. A nade from Roxon looking to get rid of Akashi, but to me, they should be focusing those nades on towards Unicorns Alive.
I think it's all about Kashi now, what he will do, and that's going to be GK first fighting Trace, and that's a great opening, so Unicorns of Law will make the situation 2 versus 2 between Chazmak and Unicorns of Law, but still, I think Kashi, he's hiding behind the loot box currently on the northern side of the zone, and he is not on the zone, on the next zone, so he still needs to move, and when he's going to leave, but now the spray from Unicorns of Law, they will just go for it, they don't wait any time, as they will just push.
Yeah, they're gonna push. The Shadow End gets knocked. GK opens that up, and it's just Roxon left on his own. He does get it. GK's gonna get taken out. What the hell? No! Nearly never made it. So close, no cigar. It does come down to this 1v1. Unicorns Alive, I predicted this win, but now Akashi's gonna step right up. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Yes, indeed. Game Lord, take round 2.
That was a perfectly timed push from the solo player. I mean, all the odds were against him. He was completely alone on the northern side, just proning next to the drop box. We have the 2 teams, Chazmak with 3, we have Unicorns of Law with 2 players. So basically, he was the only solo, and the 2 other teams, they almost had a full roster, Chazmak. But then, just, you know, he used the timing right, so that they were fighting, destroying each other, and then when that happens, I mean, even a solo player has a chance. Great push and a great result.
It was a bit of a throw from Unicorns Alive, let's be honest. It was a bit of a throw. We've credited their ability to fight as a team and engage as a team outside of, let's say, Lin having his mistakes on his own. The way they fight and engage as a team has been commended, but in that moment with 2 players left up, there was not so much coordination there. Chazmak realistically shouldn't have come out on top of that one, in my eyes at least. Credit to Chazmak. What did I say at the start of the game though? Copter, the Maxon curse was cancelled by the Imperium buff. Second place.
It was a fake from Maxman, but like just trying to do something. But we know, I mean, the French, they don't always get the things right. So we saw a great example from that one. But still, I gotta say, I mean, Chazmak, I might feel a little bit wrong about this as well, but I don't feel myself, this is my personal opinion, that they are not usually the ones that actually play that aggressively. And I think that Unicorns of Love, that they actually have a safe location on top of that hill. They kind of have the advantage from the angle. I think that they were able to hold that for a longer time. They were not expecting that Chazmak will be getting down from that, up from that hill and push them. I don't think that they were expecting, and that's why they were taken down.
Yeah, but you've got to expect the unexpected. You knew that there was somebody down by the crate drop, and to me, they didn't need to worry about that player because he was further from the edge of the circle. Look, these things happen. The mistakes can happen across the board, but we started this game with a couple of solo players being taken out, Team Doom, Conqueror, and then we just ramped things up. That fight between TSC and Xtreme Slayers was pretty big for Xtreme Slayers. Once again, like I reiterated in round 1, it's nice to see Xtreme Slayers starting to be a little bit more aggressive. I think for them, they are using this Super Weekend as a bit of a test, because I believe that their position in the finals is pretty damn secure. So what it looks like is that they're trying to be a lot more aggressive in this Super Weekend to test where their limit is at. So coming into the finals, they maybe have that stronger balance of calculated gameplay and aggression.
Maybe they just want to get the chicken dinner money so they can buy new OnePlus phones to be able to have a great PUBG mobile experience. That could be one thing as well. I mean, if teams and the players something want, I mean, money. Nobody ever says that, we don't want the money. They always want the money. So that's the reason as well.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Hey, look, you know, money does make the world go round at least. You have that crazy action then on the southwest side with 3 teams, super young roster, 4 Romanian boys, and Big. Big had left it after losing Beast, and then they re-entered the scene, so they tried to give it a second attempt. It was a much better second attempt, but in the end, still 4 Romanian boys came out on top of both of those teams.
It was a really hard game to read. The circle was really doing the tricks there. I mean, it decided to go to the fields, then it decided to go to the hills, then it decided to go completely on the north. So the circle was, of course, as it should be, very unpredictable. And that kind of like, you know, the team that had the best location, that was like changing all the time. So this definitely was one of those games that nobody was like getting like a huge luck with the circle. So we cannot say that somebody was getting a huge advantage from their position because the circle just kept on going all the time. So I think that a lot of teams, they did a great job adapting to the zone, and you mentioned the pick, for example, coming right next to the super young roster. I think that angle entering on the was like phase 5 or 6.
Yeah,
it was a very difficult one. I think that I was expecting that those teams would be actually falling down a whole lot earlier. That the Eastern Stars, for example, would be just, you know, getting a lot of kills from that angle. But they played it well, and we saw even big, like, you know, they went towards the Eastern Stars, but then they decided, yeah, let's fall back a little bit.
it was a much different chicken dinner from Game Lord in this round too, but a chicken dinner nonetheless, and they will take that back-to-back right to the bank. We're going to go for a bit of a break, and Jason, Calaris and Maxon will break all of that craziness down.
Do we need to call Dr. Disrespect? Because we got back-to-back wins, the two-timers for Game Lord, picking up $2,000 so far in our first day here in the Final Super Weekend, PMPL Western Europe Season 2. I'm Jason Captain, still joined by Calaris, a confused-looking Calaris, and a Max man who has shades on.
What's happening?
I do. I have them because Game Lord, back-to-back win. The French powerhouse, they're back. They're doing really good. And Exquisite Decode, they're not here, of course, with no Calaris. So I'm just feeling really comfortable right now in this Super Weekend. But no, Game Lord, Akashi, I said I wanted to see Akashi potentially do a little bit better for the team. Robs, Narvalo, Victor doing well. So actually seeing Akashi get himself a finish right there is good to see.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. If you were to have talked about Game Lord doing well, it wouldn't have gone very well, would you? But the blesser, Calaris, talked about them at the beginning of all of this, and he gets himself a good back-to-back, kind of, even though it was Game Lord, not me.
Can almost count it. Speaking of back-to-backs, by the way, Eastern Stars, another decent performance out of them. In terms of placements, I think they had 1 kill in round 1, here in round 2, 0 kills. But they're at least showing that they can, you know, kind of hang at the moment, continue to build up some points. But yeah, Game Lord, they should have passed Eastern Stars here and taken first place overall. And Chazmac, you know, Maxman, you're a little bit worried about them, questioning whether your curse is that strong. But they get themselves 20 points, so...
Yeah, they were a little bit scared. I think that they felt like the airy feeling of potentially the curse coming their way. But no, they avoided it just fine, and it worked out at the end of this game. They had an original approach. They went downhill at some time. I think they were potentially trying to get rid of SKP team. They were trying to move away from the compound. But luckily enough, they went right up to the mountaintop and tried to contest that last fight with Unicorns of Love. They got very close, a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. But yeah, I think these 20 points here will be their ticket into the finals. I think this is just what they needed at the first day of the Super Weekend. So they're looking good. They're looking good now.
I mean, we were already theorizing, right? Like, what if SKP team was able to get 100 more points than Chazmac during all of this, and then they would then move down into that? It ain't going to be happening after this kind of start. It's been great for Chazmac as we've seen it. I did think that maybe this game should have been theirs. However, some crazy moves by Unicorns of Love, and of course, Game Lord taking it. This was a wild ending, and I love everything about it in terms of the angles people were taking and how it all played out. Whew.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Honestly, we could probably rewatch, and maybe we will rewatch like the last couple of minutes of the round there. But as we transition to the second page, we can see again Conqueror not having too great of a round, but neither did Vodafone Giants after a pretty decent performance in round 1. LMV though, they've been kind of quiet.
A little too quiet, I would say, because they were top 5 at the start of the day. I don't know if they are going to be slipping down. Of course, as you know, Exquisite Decode, they were top 4, are not in the Super Weekend, so they can still try and reduce that potential gap that they have between themselves and Exquisite Decode UK, so it should be able to work out. But I'm looking at Nexus Gaming, just a few more points than Vodafone Giants. They don't really have to do a great Super Weekend. All Nexus need to do is have a better Super Weekend than Vodafone Giants, and they will be good into the finals. So they keep on going. That's 4 points.
Not even that.
Looking good.
I disagree, Max. All they need to do is just pass Destiny.
Also, Destiny, true.
They're guaranteed through, right? Because they pass 2 teams, unless, like you said, SKP can pull off an insane amount of points through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's another way to think about it. As long as they overtake Destiny, which they only needed 5 points, so they're technically just 1 point behind now, Nexus Gaming. So 2 more points to be safe, and normally the finals should be good. So yeah, Nexus Gaming doing just what they need to do in this first day.
I think they had only 3 players in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. They still had like a good amount of points. I didn't actually see if they had 3 or 4 this time, though.
Actually, yeah, I can't remember for this game in particular, but woo-hoo-hoo, never mind. Who cares?
Well, I know who Claris is picking for MVP of the day. GK first, 1,200 damage, 8 kills, 24.5-minute survival time. But Rokus, I mean, we've talked about like kind of the change in the comp, right, of Unicorns of Love, where Lin is taking more of a supporty role, I believe, and Rokus is more in-game lean, if I'm not mistaken. But to see him and GK first working together at the very end of that round was really nice to see.
Yeah, I think at the end it could have gone even better. I think it was down to potentially just timing and maybe just waiting for the other one to reload. GK first could have maybe allowed Rockets to wait a little bit longer, but at the end it didn't work out. But still, it's good to see more synergy than what we saw in the first 2 weeks, right, with these 2 players, so it's good to see.
If it's not for their genius move of moving from the north side of this valley to the south side on that western side, they get like 5th or 6th place in this game. So for them to be moving the way they did on the west side down towards the south when everybody's fighting things out down there, that's like sheer brilliance for them to make that move.
Yeah, I mean, since we're talking about Unicorns of Love, why don't we actually just take a look at their player stats, and then we'll touch on another team right after. As you're mentioning, this rotation they pulled off, I remember you were commenting on it during, saying how important it was and how impactful it was, and considering, you know, with the amount of men they had left alive, it was very difficult to do, but you can just see the impact, right? With Winston and Fresh go down relatively early, Rokus and GK first were able to pull out a lot of points out of a round they probably shouldn't have gotten really much, if any.
Yeah, I mean, it was, excuse me, they were fighting, I believe it was Eastern Stars and Romanian Boys, and in all of that mayhem, Unicorns of Love were very opportunistic. They saw like, okay, we're not in a good position, we want to rotate across the road, boom, gonna go for the fight, and a lot of those kills came through for GK First after they got rid of Nexus Gaming, so it's just fantastic to see GK First and Rockets doing so good. Of course, Lin not playing in this game, so we saw Woodson actually get himself a few stats to play, though we haven't really seen too much, and Fresh also dying very early in that game, but despite you having 2 players that early in the game, you lose Fresh at 30 minutes, you got Woodson that dies relatively early when it comes to the late game stage. As a 2-man taking home a top 3, that is very impressive, and they had a very hard rotate to make.
This is why, like you're saying, you know, when I'm calling at the beginning of today, like, this team is going to win the Super Weekend, you're like, ooh, bold call. This wouldn't be such a bold call if they didn't have the previous bad weeks, but you look at these kinds of performances, these kinds of moves, and the amount of points they're able to salvage off a situation where, again, any other team in that north would have got like 5th or 6th position, but they didn't do that. They were able to salvage this and then get a boatload of kills. This team's looking great, especially GK First. Man, it's so fun to watch.
I mean, he's like our Paraboy, I guess, Western Europe's Paraboy. He looks good, he plays well, he's a fashion idol. Let's actually skip past that. Yeah, I don't want to, you know, he hangs out with the chillest dudes and goes to all the coolest restaurants. Max, you want to actually kind of not necessarily break something down for us, but you wanted to show us something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and we actually were talking about the move about Unicorns of Love, right? And how they were very opportunistic and trying to find some good options to enter the circle despite being in a hard position. This is what we're going to be talking a little bit, and me and Kalaris are talking a lot about how this worked out in the end. So what you've seen at the very start, this was the fight between Nexus Gaming and Unicorns of Love towards the northern side, and they crossed the road. So the circle went back down south, and that was a hard shift for them to make happen. So we're going to go a little bit further and see how things worked out. Of course, going relatively fast. Nexus Gaming, not too hard to really get rid of the team there on the downward slope, but instantly, Nexus Gaming being taken out creates a lot of space for Unicorns of Love, so we'll have to move a little bit forward. And you can see currently, going a little bit further behind, there we go. This entire position that's going to be really strong in this circle is this high ground position right here. So far, it's held down by 4 Romanian Boys. A little bit over to the right, you also have Excuse Me. This is a lot of action currently unfolding, and Unicorns of Love see this third party. They hear the shots, they see it from a distance, having a little bit of an overhang position, and see this, okay, if we strike now, teams are going to be busy fighting each other, and we're going to find ourselves a really strong position inside the circle. So if we go even further beyond, we'll see that Unicorns of Love come up onto Excuse Me, and now Excuse Me are just pinched between Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love. There's no escape, and they're slowly but surely going to be steadily going uphill, picking up kill one by one. A lot of those kills, of course, getting picked up by GK First, so that was the play that allowed them to get not only a bunch of kills that we saw GK First rack up, but get the strongest position in the circle to contest positions from Eastern Stars and even Chazmac Gaming towards the end. So that was the 10,000 IQ play that allowed Unicorns of Love to get that top 3. Was very, very impressive.
It's a smart move based on the information they have as well, because you can't make that move if you know a full team is in the compound where we had Game Lord kind of rocking up to kind of having that 1v2 going down and things like that. But because they knew that there was not a full team there, you can make that rotation. You're not going to get sprayed down, and it was absolutely the play that you want to move to make the winning play, even though they didn't get the win, obviously.
Going to be even seeing a look at the end here, where it's Chazmac Gaming versus also Game Lord and Unicorns of Love going a little bit head-to-head. GK First, he found some perfect angles. I did not even see them in the first place, but right under the party bus, you got himself a little bit of an opening. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you pop the wheels of your cars to avoid this type of situation from happening in the first place. GK First closes the gap, sees the opportunity, goes for the spray, confirms trades, and now it's a sure 100% scenario of a 2v2 happening. And they even get the knock onto Shadow and GK First enabling all that. But then I see Rockets push a little bit early without GK First, and that just sends everything in a downward spiral. That timing there could have been the difference maker between your top 3 and a potential win for Unicorns of Love.
Well, we also see, if I'm not mistaken, like the second, I believe it was Trazen. We see Unicorns of Love pushing, they get the knock on a Trazen, and the second he gets confirmed by GK First, you saw Akashi immediately run towards the fight, actually trying to third party that one in. So he knew instantly, like, I got to make a move here, I have to make a play, and it works out for him.
Yeah, Game Lord back-to-back now because of Akashi being kind of that spoiler-off angle, considering that they couldn't spray down the car. Chazmac made what is effectively a winning move if they move up there and try and make that work. But yeah, it's not to be. What a great finish. Great finish.
All right, well, now we got to see if they can go back to back to back and get themselves 3,000 bucks today. That would be quite impressive indeed. There's only a few teams in the history of PUBG Mobile, I think, that have been able to pull off 3 back to back, but we'll find out. Let's get rid of our analysts here and put them back into the void of where we go while the match is happening until we resummon them back in and bring our commentators back in for another try. We got Copter and Imperium. Gentlemen, take us into our 3rd round of the day.
Thank you, Jason. By the way, I like your flowery t-shirts. Looking nice, my friend. Round 3 of the day. Can it be a 3-game back-to-back from Game Lord? We've yet to see a team pull it off in this PMPL EU Season 2 so far. It would be a hell of an achievement. But the one thing that I'm really more curious about is that fight for the bottom and the race to PMGC between Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe back to back chicken dinner. There's a lot of backs. Well, okay, let's see if they will get the next one. Let's focus on the next one. But still, I mean, that's just the first thing that came on my mind, like a lot of backs. But the plane, as we can see, a very southern one, very short plane as well. So that's gonna, I mean, the circle, it can do a lot of tricks here. I mean, of course, I would love to see a southern circle as well. I mean, maybe a melee ending, like a proper melee ending. But this kind of plane, it can bait so heavily, to be honest, that the players might be struggling if the circle decides to have like a very northern one, for example. And the landing places, nobody will of course go that far away on the north, so we can expect that there's like a quite decent pack of players on the south side of the river.
SKP are going to go to Novo, which makes sense because there's no Day of Sirens in this game. So why not? It's open, you take it. Phase 1 does not complement that plane path at all, Copter. It's a massive northern circle. It's like, I think it was Kyleris that said it, or someone that said it, where if it's a north circle, it's a big win. So initially, as much as it'll take them a little bit of time to get to that Severny area, they're already pretty much solidly positioned in this phase 1.
Yeah, they have already taken the vehicles and they'll just cross the Q bridge and will go towards Severny. But I don't think that they're gonna be that late because for example, Eastern Stars, they waited all the way till the end of the plane. They're trying to land on Milta Power. And I think it's pretty much the same time when Big actually finally parks the vehicles on Severny as Eastern Stars will be landing on Milta Power area. But anyways, also on Georgeville area, we can see Unicorns of Love using the vehicles going on the northern side, so that's completely fine. Super and roster will just take the south.
They got a kill onto one of the Super Young roster players, by the way. An early kill, I believe, by Woodson.
That's a good start. And yeah, it seems that there's a one player missing definitely. So that could be a thing. Also, Nexus Gaming, they do have a knock. So that is happening right there on the southern side of the circle. TSC and Nexus, there's some kind of a battle. Yeah, there we can go. Rana just knocked down there. Tam, Jaja watching it from the distance. They have the weapons. M16, it's not the greatest weapon to spray or do the bursts. But on this kind of a situation, when you have a solo there quite in distance, you can use it as like a semi-DMR. You can like replace that with it. And back on the good old days of PUBG, it was like almost as a sniper. It was like a laser weapon, but now it's a little bit more tuned down.
I think it's a little bit underrated. When you have it on burst and you're able to control that recoil, it can be a very, very dangerous weapon. Plus, you know, we are 3 minutes into the game, so you kind of take what you can get. The teams would probably take a VSS if they could get it, you know. It's that kind of moment of the game. But Conqueror, whoa, a double knock, 3 in a Eagle, a triple knock. Chazmac, what are you doing? You know Conqueror dropping farm. You know they have that split.
I just love the aggressive gameplay from Conqueror here. And they even had AZ kind of like waiting on that area. If they would have proceeded with the vehicle, there was some more players kind of like having the angle later on. Only one player is going to remain. So Chazmac, I mean, maybe... I think they are now feeling the French breeze. I think that's the case now.
There you
a
go.
Bit late, but still.
Yep, the delivery man must have been a little bit late delivering the Maxman curse to Chazmac, and it's being transferred from game 2 to game 3. Just Ronan left up. It's been on a bit of a genuine note, that is. I don't know exactly what led to that, but to me, that's a disappointing mistake, because they should know that Conqueror like to land in that farm split area.
I think what happened here was that when Maxman was putting that curse on the last game, he just... oh, there we go, the replay actually. Oh, that's a different situation. We have Unicorns of Love. That's how the Super Young roster actually lost that one player. So he was there without anything, and that was a quite easy pick with the SMG. But still, about the French curse. So I think what happened there, that instead of like using the normal ways, like, you know, internet and IP connections, I think he just used the French pigeons to send that one.
Okay.
It took a while, you know. When the pigeons like crossed the canal and everything.
Fair enough. I didn't know that was there was like such a thing as like French pigeons. I did not know that.
No, back in the day they used to make those small notes and just put it on the legs of the pigeons and send them off.
I didn't know. Are they like more associated in France than other countries, or?
I think that okay, I don't know if it's like a French thing, but I mean, French, you know, always people, they like, you know, French people, they are so romantic. They have the Paris. You always remember the Paris.
Okay. So
that's like the French way of like, you know, sending your greets.
I love the way we're an Irish person and a Finnish person talking about French traditions. With all due respect, I don't think we're in a position to talk about French traditions overall, other than the stereotypes, which, you know, we leave that up to Maxman to fill in the gaps in that regard. But teams are starting to rotate their way into this Phase 1 circle. We haven't really mentioned, of course, that the river is in play with this Phase 1. So north of the river, south of the river, where do you want to go? 4 Romanian boys want the best of both worlds and have put themselves onto cube building. They've held on to this position in the past. That makes complete sense. You're able to get information on teams wrapping around the George Paul area, maybe by Watertown. It's just a great spot for this Phase 1.
Yeah, the rotations are starting as we are stuck with the romantic stories. And one example of Finnish way of sending your greets or showing your feelings to one another.
Yeah.
A friend, he bought his girlfriend a pair of brake discs for a real car as a present.
Are you serious?
Yes. That's the Finnish way.
Cool. Practical, logical. Hey, you know, I can't argue it. It's not so traditional, but yeah, that's the Finnish way. Interesting. Interesting. In Ireland, it's just a traditional buy a bunch of flowers and a box of chocolates and hope for the best, or maybe a free trip down to the pub or something like that, just to really hit that Irish stereotype. As Super Young roster did move away from 4 Romanian boys as a trio, they've put themselves on towards the airplane area of shooting range, that kind of broken down airplane dip, which I think is also a great spot for this phase 1. You don't get as much information on the south side of that hill by the river, but in terms of playing towards this phase 2, phase 3, I think it's a really good spot from Super Young roster.
True. What we saw on the previous pictures was the Unicorns of Love. They were just coming, on the southern side of, on the actual Team Doom on the southern side of that river, and Unicorns of Love, they're waiting on the other side. So teams are like trying to make the decisions which side of the river they want to play. And surprisingly, as we can see, Xtreme Slayers, but they are not alone on the south, rotating in the blue. I think we have 5 or 6 teams that are still in the blue, and LMV, they're right next to them. Oh, that's gonna be actually Team Frosty, Doom. Frosty taken down, as he's going to try to stand on the other side. They had the rest of the teams, and they are just holding the garage building. Probably one player scouting maybe some information right next to the Everest, but they didn't catch that piece of information. As for Romanian Boys, they just hid on the cube building. And the next shift, it's still going to keep the river completely in the middle. And these circles are quite fun because it really makes the teams and the IGLs to think like which side they want to play. And now, as we have so many teams coming from the southern side and many teams actually rotated on the northern side earlier, it's going to be quite decent, like 50-50 split between the river most probably.
I expect LMV to do pretty good with this kind of circle. They have in the past, whether it's been Watertown, whether it's been Rozhok, they have pulled something decent out of the bag. They're not having a good run in today's games. First game they got 1 point, second game they got 0 points, so it's half a point per game right now, their average of this third super weekend. And considering the monstrous second super weekend they had, I suppose I'm expecting not so much the same, but definitely something better than what we've seen so far. Game Lord also in a good spot of the circle to the west of Yasnaya, by that tadpole of the river spot. And being on that kind of western eastern edge of the circle by the river, such as Unicorns Love and Game Lord, is pretty good, because with either side of the river, you're setting yourself up for a good phase 3 rotation.
True. All the teams on the south, I mean, they haven't yet chose the places. So I'm just afraid what's going to happen on the Rozhok area.
Yeah.
So all the teams like decided, yeah, let's stay in Rozhok. Then we have the south. We're going to be late anyways. And we have the south. We can easily cross later. So I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure building on that area. But as we can see, LMV, they will start scouting already. They will be able to see Nexus Gaming on the compound. Most probably, yeah, they have spotted them from the windows, as they will be also trying to prepare for the rotation. Let's see if there's going to be anything building up. We can see Xtreme Slayers. They are moving there on the background, but they are not so close, at least not yet. But they are moving towards this direction. So LMV and Xtreme Slayers, they can definitely have a battle at some point. But I think LMV, they're more focused towards the Nexus for now.
Yeah, scouting forward, looking for information. Ruins is still in play, and although I wouldn't recommend it, it can be a bit of a entry point into phase 3 depending on where it shifts. And you do have the Cathedral of Ruins, which can definitely be very viable. We've seen teams in the past work wonders with that area of the map. Conqueror rotating in towards School area, which is much deeper into this phase 2. Vodafone Giants to the east of Rozhok in a pretty good position. Looking at the bridge to the north of the river, they'll be able to deal a handle with a number of players effectively if they do look to play around Vodafone Giants. There's still a good few areas open. This is still only phase 2, to be fair, Copter, so there's a lot to play around as we get later into this game.
The Chasmax situation, I mean, we can see only one player remaining because they had the early encounter with Conqueror, and now they have the skip team right next to them, or right next to him, but they they probably don't have a battle, but still, they are still right next to it. And we saw in the overall scores, as covered, see the Jasmine, they have dropped down to 14th. And yes, there's a gap of 50 points still, like between them and Destiny and Nexus, but I mean, it's not completely unheard of that somebody might be still passing them. So they have to be very careful. And this game is, anyway, is not going to bring like a huge amount of points. I mean, they have to work some miracles. So, I mean, this needs to be a wake-up call that they are not safe.
Exactly. They have to try to be somewhat consistent. As the next phase popped up, it has gone down the south side of the river into the heart of school. Conqueror's rotation has worked out, but right now they have a 2-2 split that might not work in their favor. LMV reacting, moving to the eastern edge of Headshot Hills. Unicorns Alive now moving out of South George through the Everest terrain. Doom following suit. They probably will clash. Super Young roster around this area as well. And what did I say with Conqueror? They have a player knocked at the hands of Excuse Me.
Yeah, this is gonna be so hard for the teams. I think Unicorns of Love, I would be surprised if they will not take the northern hill from Pochinki, maybe the garage building on the very northern side of Pochinki. That would be like their kind of rotation on this situation, but the Team Doom, they might have the same idea as well. Meanwhile, on the Poshok area, so Poshok area between Pochinki and Roshok, that's why it's Poshok. There's, of course, we can see Xtreme Slayers holding the place, and we can see LMV, they are playing the north side hills and the dips, which are not that far away. And Muzi, who's the closest player from Xtreme Slayers, he's basically in a nading distance. He could try to deal something. So it's all about just getting that information and then maybe finding something from the second floor.
TSC have looked to breach into Vodafone Giants compound, and that's why I highlighted Vodafone Giants were in a great position to be able to deal with the team breaching in, because it is relatively flat around. Now there's two separated kind of set of buildings in play, so TSC not fully punished. Tamtam's knocked, but the revive should be played out. A nice molly from Pocus to try and continue to slow down TSC. Vodafone Giants don't seem to want to push this massively. They've allowed Tamtam to be put back up onto his feet.
If they're gonna push that situation, I think, excuse me, from the Roshok Hill on the western side of them, on the east of Roshok, they can have the angles, so they can actually have a side angle between the walls and between the compounds, and that would be a risky play. Meanwhile, actually, we can see Big losing one player as the last player from Jasmak gets a 1 kill. But that's gonna be Jasmak now take it down, so that's the end of it. So they've managed to at least get a knockout. I'm not completely sure if they were able to confirm that, but maybe got 1 point from this game.
They were not able to confirm that Mihi is getting revived by his teammates. I think the reason why Giants didn't want to push this is because they had lost Ulysses. It's something that I hadn't quite recognized, so I appreciate that they realized we're a player down. Despite us getting a knock, it's still 3v3, and you can see Excuse Me taking advantage of their position, picking off one of the Super Young roster players as the next circle shifted to the east.
Yeah, that's a hard one. Hard shift almost towards the north and the east, and all the teams who have taken a position, all the fields on the south and the compound of the Poshok area, they're now outside of it. Ooh, Parada's gonna find that one player, try to do a drive-by, gets a flash on Faker, and that's it. So Faker is done. That's 1 more point confirmed for Excuse Me, and Super Young roster down to 1 player. Ali 21 still remaining. And yep.
Look who's in the center of the circle. Game Lord.
Yep. J Compound, that's the place. And it's a good place. I would be surprised if nobody will be crashing on the southern side of it, because that's one play that, for example, big Unicorns of Floor could do. But they have to deal with the Team Doom on that side, so there's going to be a different, interesting situation building on the south. But meanwhile, Vodafone Giants is watching towards the J Compound from the different direction, while they have to worry about the TSC. But they are still inside, so they don't really have to move. But the south side, that's going to be a bloodbath.
Nice knock by Bujo on a side note. Let's see if we can switch over to the potential action that's happening down on the south. Team Doom, Unicorns of Love, and Big. I think Team Doom have lost a couple of players, so the two remaining players, Action and Unreal, are much more heavily separated, so they're not really in the mix. Unicorns of Love are just full sending it into this circle. I believe there's one shack or one small building outside of apartments that they are sending their full squad to. That's going to be hard for the teams in apartments, because right now there's like 3 teams in apartments. There's SKP, there's LMV, there's Xtreme Slayers, there's also Action, so 4 teams in apartments as Hidan looks to turn things around with the rest of his team. Xtreme Slayers not slowing down. Bardo and Pappy still up. Bardo gets knocked by SKP in the other building, and Pappy, he's getting the revive on the Muzzy, so this fight is far from over.
Yeah, it's a hard battle. I mean, 4 teams in the apartments, that is definitely not the optimal situation, but we have seen this happening on the past. The Unicorns of Love building on the eastern side of the whole situation. They can stay there for a while, depending what Big wants to do, but it's a very hard compound to get away. As we can see, SKP immediately taking down the tower.
like that.
So you have to basically walk away from that place with the utilities. But yeah, of course, it's all about how many teams will be still staying on, and on which buildings of the apartments, how they can actually hold those teams getting down. And LMV, they're just trying to find something out of the situation. Still having all the 4 players up and running as well, so that's gonna help with the situation. As Xtreme Slayers, they have had some casualties. We can see that they are healing. The Wests and the Helmets, they are in a bad shape, and also knocks towards SKP as well.
I don't know if LMV can get themselves up as a 3-1 in that one apartment building. If they can, they should. I appreciate that they have a 2-2 split, so there's a couple more angles they can use to their advantage. But if they don't have the manpower to deal with the likes of Xtreme Slayers, then that makes that split a lot less effective. Never mind the fact that with all the windows in play of apartments, it's quite easy to get third partied, and the players from LMV do push in across towards the other side into the apartment building. They recognize they have to take control, and although one of their players is knocked down, the other 2 players are pushing up, but it's incredibly hard to play on the stairs of these apartment buildings. You can pre-fire all you want, but at times it can come down to random look on your side. Perks takes a good bit of damage. Xtreme Slayers are realistically coming out on top of this one. I believe Perks is the last player up for his side. He's able to get a first aid off, and he gets taken down. Muzzy finishes him off.
I kind of liked what they did there. They decided they will take the fate into their own hands, but at the same time, Xtreme Slayers says, nope. That's we control your fate. You are not the ones in control here. So they completely denied that push. It was well done. I mean, there was definitely some moments of risks, but in the end, Xtreme Slayers, they defended perfectly.
Oh my god!
The upper angle, Super Young Nurse is going to be taken down. Now we see Conqueror getting circles, going to be shifting at the same time towards the north.
Oh, really?
And they will go straight towards, excuse me. And they will find Coasty at last. He's going to be driving over. He's going to fall down, but Conqueror's going to be having some casualties as well, as Vito is falling. Mishi trying to continue the battle. The nade is going to be sent towards Reese, but the spray will be coming at the same time as well. AZ falls down. It's going to be SKP who's going to be shooting from the distance from the other side of that road. And I mean, Conqueror, they have to think about the whole situation for the second time.
Oh my god! 4 Romanian boys also joining in on the mix, and excuse me, are like, okay, free kill here, free kill there, free kill everywhere. Just 1 player up Royal behind those rocks. A juicy nade will see the end of 4 Romanian boys. A mini red zone here. Boom! Another player finished off. Mishi gonna send it in, but does take a decent bit of damage, and there they go. 4 Romanian boys eliminated, I think with a little bit of help from Vodafone Giants, not sure, but either way, excuse me, they'll be happy to take what they can get and still control the position in this circle.
I think somebody called Deep Star free, and then they just went for it. Vodafone Giants, watching it from the distance, they have 3 guys still remaining. They have lost 1, and they want to take the remains of Excuse Me. Big's going to be having a challenge with the Eastern Stars as they will come. Sway tries to defend. Octavia's going to find that one. Prada falling down, but that's going to be Big taken down as a whole. That's going to find Beast. So that's the Big taken down, and Kapahala in the end together with Assis. They will just finish up the job. But Unicorns of 4th and Game Lord, they will start a battle on a different compound.
And it will be won by Game Lord. Unicorns of Love went in for the crash. They moved out of that singular building. They had to do something. but they ended up going down, and Game Lord with 10 kills so far. The circle shifts up north. It's away from Game Lord. SKP, by the way, in the previous circle, while Xtreme Slayers and LMV were fighting, they rotated from the apartment building to the compound that they hold on to now. Well, I believe with only losing one player. That's absolutely crazy, and it's benefiting them massively in this game. Don't forget, Copter, this is one of the teams that are fighting so hard to find their way into the top 16 and make it into the PMPL finals.
It's not a bad situation. They have 3 kills, they have 4 players standing, so they can definitely build from here. But Eastern Stars is going to be parking on the backside of them, and the nades are coming, as we can see. Kapahala with a good nade. There's going to be more to come. Will not find the target the same way as the revival for the SKPT is going to be happening. We'll see Hamodi just watching here. There's going to be more to come. Kapahala tries to find something from the corner. Now they're going to be crashing inside. Baz is going to be coming with the buggy, and let's see, they will get definitely in the closer distance. They will have to get inside. Both teams are currently outside, so this is a fight that you have to finish, and fast.
That's great play by Eastern Stars. Throw a nade here, throw a nade there, push forward here, push forward there. It's great suppression from them. As Kapahala, the Warlord, open things up, but he gets knocked. Bazzi should be there to respond in amongst the smokes. It's frantic. It's fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire, and SKP are desiring to survive this game. Athis in through the smokes does get the knock onto Hamodi, while Bazzi gets a revive. A very important knock for Eastern Stars. It turns it around, it gives them the body advantage. Hamodi is not confirmed, so he is still giving information. They're now playing on the outside of the building. They realize the blue zone is encapsulating closer towards their vicinity. Ducking behind a wall. They throw smoke to their west side to try and cover from them getting third party. The Eastern Stars still up as a 3-person team do make it into the secondary building, holding on to that elevated spot. Kapahala on his own. I don't know if he knows that Orlando's there, but they should have a bit of an idea with the smokes being laid down. Kapahala is all too aware of that. The shining light of Eastern Stars gets a knock, and it's just Dilo left up.
Yeah, they're still hiding on the bushes. They're going to be trying to find the last guy. Doesn't spot it though.
Oh,
he's going to be jumping right over him. And meanwhile, they're going to be focusing the straight towards the other direction. He can actually do a lot of damage. He might get on the backside of the Eastern Stars, as they will put the focus towards Game Lord, who is holding that next place. Now they will spot him down. This race is going to be coming, and that should be the end. And yeah, that's the SKP. Oh, the skip team finally taken down, but they had a decent try of hiding. Meanwhile, of course, as Eastern Stars has been focusing on the fight here on the edges, a lot of the other teams, they have been able to build a place for themselves on the middle, and that's a problem.
Vodafone Giants still going strong in this game. They got 13 points in the first round of the day, but they followed it up with only a 1-pointer in round 2. In this round 3, they're up to 5 kills, but only survive as a duo. Game Lord have 3 players strong. Nexus are eliminated. 12 kills for Game Lord, but Bazzi is going to end one of the runs for the Game Lord players, and they're left with just 2.
Yeah, true. It's a complicated one, but Vodafone Giants, they have a place on the circle, but that's only just this one player anymore remaining for them. Yeah, Nano, only guy. So that's not a huge victory, to be honest. Just having one player inside. Of course, Eastern Stars, they have 3. Now we have 2 and 3 solos in total. So it's all about the solos. Eastern Stars going to go for the Conqueror position, and they will just crash inside. Will they find the solo and try to do something? We'll get 1, but in the end, he's going to find Kapahala in the end. Jap's going to take it down by Athis, but he will get that flush almost completely, as Bazzi were battling with the Game Lord at the same time. He was going to take advantage of the whole situation.
Oh no! Stand down! Stand down, Norello! Stand down! You tried to blow up the vehicle, but you just didn't. Wait another couple of seconds. Down, Game Lord go, and we're left with our final 3 teams. The revive onto Athis is important. This is 2v1v1, but the thing is, do Eastern Stars know that it's a 2v1v1? Mishi holding on to the left side of Eastern Stars. Nano to the right side. All 3 teams are inside the circle. Mishi might be more capable of knocking down Nano and taking him out than Eastern Stars because the road divides those two teams.
All the players, they are inside, so we'll just have to wait and see how it's going to be played. The circle hasn't yet completely decided everything, so it's still moving. Now it will come on the northern side, and we'll have to wait for those couple seconds when it finally is going to be closing in, and then the final moments will come. But of course, the road, that's an important point, because we have to get on the northern side of that small road, and that's when you're going to be exposed, because that's also the highest place of the whole circle. So Eastern Stars, they have to come, and that's the if they will get past that road, I would say that they have a very good chance of winning this. But if they will be spotted and taken down one by one, as we can see the spray is going to be coming from Eastern Stars now towards Nano, then if they lose the players, then it might be the end.
They have their target in sight. The vehicle is not blown up, so Nano's under an extreme amount of pressure. He realizes he had to blow it up. His position had been compromised, but he is down to half health. Is he going to be given the time to get a first aid off? All the while, Mishi is just going, don't look at me, guys. I'm fine. Focus on Nano. I'm going to stay where I am. This is where the body advantage and the awareness of the fact that Eastern Stars might not know that it is 3 teams in the final end of the game could work in their advantage, as Bazzi does get the kill onto Nano. We're left in a 2v1. Now, Eastern Stars are aware that with that confirmed kill, it's just the road dividing the final 2 teams. Mishi has to make the play of the decade, open things up, gets a knock onto Athos. Boom! That's it, pre-fire. Pro's back down, looks for the shots off on the Bazzi. It's a 1v1. The greatness of Eastern Stars against, excuse me. Mishi tries to reload the gun, steps up, he gets the kill. That's an excuse me chicken dinner.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, in the end, they will get it. Sorry, they will get that one player down, but that's in the end, Eastern Stars getting those casualties. Great space coming in, and well, of course, excuse me, I mean, they played it well, definitely. I mean, holding that place on the northern side, kind of like took the advantage of the road. And you mentioned at some point, Imperium, that the Eastern Stars didn't have the information about that it's going to be like 3 teams. But when they got the Nano out of that vehicle, then of course they immediately got the information from there, and then they could just focus towards getting that one solo player down. But I mean, Mishi, he was a hard biscuit.
He just wasn't really looking to do anything other than wait for his moment to step up, step out, and get the final kills. It was that use of the tiny minuscule low ground dip that he had to his advantage across the road that really allowed him to step up pre-fire, get a knock, and prone back down. And it took a ballsy play. So many players wouldn't look to do that, but he knew, look, the worst I can do is die, and I've still got my team in second place. Or if I go for this push and I get the 2 kills, I've won the game. I've gotten my team $1,000 in their back pocket. Fair play, Mishi. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, straight after the match, he's going to go to the candy store and buy something nice for himself. That's what you do when you get a little bit of cash more on your hands. But, I mean, definitely deserved victory. I mean, in the end, played it very well. And, of course, I mean, every time when you get, like, more players down than what you have remaining. So if it's like 2 versus 3, 1 versus 2, even 1 versus 3 situation, every time the team and the players gotta be happy about it, that they kind of like, you know, get more out of that situation. And this time also, as it was the last battle, then of course the chicken dinner is the final reward. But a lot of interesting shifts with the circle. I mean, the shifts all the way towards the northern side of the J compound. That was something that I don't think the teams were predicting, and a lot of teams were like trying to decide like what plays they can actually play. We have a lot of teams who came like very late to the circle as well. So that's why the shift on the southern side of the river was like a huge surprise. I mean, oftenly it goes north and then it comes south, so the great migration starts, but this time it was like more natural.
Yeah, it definitely was a little bit more natural in that regard. But Game Lord, they got 21 points in that 3rd round. Followed up with what they'd already secured in the first 2 rounds of 47 points across the first 2 rounds. That means they've gotten 68 points in 3 rounds today. This is game lore that we frankly were missing across the last week. And it's good to see them back, looking confident, looking secure, taking fights, controlling fights. Yes, they definitely had a good bit of circle look through that game when it shifted towards our compound, but they still dealt with Unicorn's Love. They still helped to deal with a good few of the Eastern Stars players, and to me that was a really well played game. The amount of kills they got in that round speaks for itself.
True. And one thing I also want to point out was Skip team. I mean, they didn't make it finally on the very last battle, but they managed to get some kills, they managed to get some placement points, and they are definitely trying to hunt down the other teams that they would make it all the way to the grand finals. So I think it wasn't the greatest game, but I think it was like more than the average for them. So I think that they are catching up a little bit, and they gotta be happy about it. There's still like a lot of games remaining this week, and of course Gates still today, and then of course on Saturday and Sunday. So I think that they have the time, if they will just find the right tune, and maybe getting this kind of a result here on the third game of the day, that I think it's going to build a lot of confidence that they actually have what it takes. So hopefully, I really hope that we're going to see a Skip team that's going to be like finding some more performance out of them.
For sure. Well, every single team has a chance to write their own chapter, their own story in the final Super Weekend of PMPL. For this chapter, it was written and won by Excuse Me. We're going to go for another break in which the desk are just going to go through all of it. I'm looking forward to it.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another player interview. Here I'm going to be joined once more by Cable from the side of Excuse Me. Cable, right off the bat I need to ask you, what are your expectations that yourself and the team has going into this PMPL?
So yeah, like I said before, that we have been practicing a lot. We have been analyzing and studying other teams and as well ourselves as well, and we are trying to reach our full potential in PMPL, and we are just trying to get into the finals. That's our first step. We're not trying to reach like top 1 or anything. We just need to get into the finals first, and then we will do next part. So it's like a step by step. But yeah, our expectation for now is to get into the final first, and then we'll do rest.
I think a step-by-step process is definitely the best approach. I would have to agree with you on that one. But if you make it into the finals, there's also a chance that you might make it into the EMEA Championship Season 2. If you make it that far, do you have any goals in mind you would like to potentially achieve in that event?
I think so. The PMGC is too far because it's like last split, and there's no way we can reach to the PMPL. But yeah, we will try to reach as ahead as possible into the points table, because Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love are already ahead and they have potential to reach PMGC. So I would say good luck to them. But yeah, we will try our best and try to reach as up as possible into the points tables once we qualify for EMEA Season 2.
And that's all I can really wish for you guys in the EMEA Championship if you make it that far. We'll see how things are going to work out. But especially for yourself here, I want to ask, do you have any hopes and dreams for the rest of 2021 that you would like to maybe achieve with your team?
I would say we would like, and we have worked really hard, so I would try, we will try to reach EMEA Season 2, but I don't think so, because it's like last split and it's pretty basically over. So we are just trying to get as much as experience we can, and we will come back in 2022 and then do really good, and we are hoping to get more points into the points table and then try to reach more further into the competition.
That's it. I just want to see you guys make it as far as you possibly can. So that's what we're going to be aiming to look towards in this PMPL. Well, Cable, with that said, thank you very much. And I just wanted to wish you and your team best of luck into this PMPL. So keep on going, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Well, excuse me, they pull out the chicken dinner. They pull out another $1,000 for themselves as well and get themselves one step closer to getting through into the finals. But let's be honest, pretty sure they're already qualified through into it. It's just about how well they will do when that event comes around. Just to remind you guys once again that OnePlus, our sponsor here, official sponsor of the PMPL Western Europe Season 2, you can get your charge on all day in just 15 minutes by plugging that bad boy into the wall and you're ready to go for all the action. And funny enough, 15 minutes is about the time you have between rounds as well. So, you know, if your phone's low on battery, go plug it in and hope you have a OnePlus. Anyways, moving on from this one now, let's take a look at the rankings, get an idea of how many points they did get for themselves. But we also had not only Excuse Me step up, we also had Eastern Stars, we had Game Lord yet again, getting another 20 plus points on the board, and so did Vodafone Giants here.
Yeah, I mean, Vodafone Giants, they need to get themselves some good points, right, every single game, because you know as a fact that Nexus Gaming already made it in the top 16, so Vodafone Giants don't want to be left in the dust, so they want to try and get as many points to Renos as possible today and this Super Weekend. But it's one team here, Kalash, that we're not seeing today, and that's pretty insane. It's Team Big, right? And when you have Game Lord and Eastern Stars are right behind them, and these two teams are doing relatively well today, that's very scary for Big. They might just fall a little bit too far behind.
There's always that scary position as well when you have this first or second circles pop up and you're like, oh no, is this going to be a 50-50 river circle again? Big sitting pretty up in the northern side of this, but then it all shifts south, and then them scrambling for a position is difficult. And speaking of good positions, as you mentioned, with Vodafone Giants getting points on the board, they had Garden for a lot of this. So being able to transition to where they wanted to go was very easy and not too bad. But the best transitions was absolutely Eastern Stars. They knew they had to push through SKP team's compound to make any semblance of this game correct. And they did with major gusto. So I'm happy to see that.
A little too close was Dillo in the bush at one point. Like, is he going to go for the spray? He had an opportunity, I would say, James, at one point.
Yes.
He just too much trigger discipline at one point. Unfortunately, that did cause his demise. So that was the end of SKP. They had a strong compound. But yeah, Eastern Stars very opportunistic, found the position and went for the push towards the end. But Chasmac Gaming up and down a little bit today, but 0 pointer. But they still should be safe to make in the finals. But yeah, Chasmac got to find a little bit more consistency before going into the finals.
I mean, speaking of ups and downs, we've had mostly downs out of a couple teams. TSC, Team Doom, LMV. I feel like we see them at the bottom of the scoreboard quite often now so far within this final Super Weekend. But again, they're relatively safe anyways. They should be through into the finals. As we take a look, though, we can see our top players in this last round. We see Athos, Michi. Yeah, I was waiting for that one. And Navarro actually coming through. I was like, how long do I have to fill until he gives me the sound effect? But it happens. It happens. Yeah. I mean, I'm waking up at 4 a.m., so it definitely happens to me. But Navarro, we just talked about him when we saw Game Lord in round 2, I believe it was. He kind of hasn't shown up when it comes to getting the kills, though he's able to do it now.
Yeah, it worked out fine. They almost got played spoilers by, I believe it was Creator. John was saying in the green room how they were able to get some really strong nades from Nexus Gaming, and he almost was able to get rid of the entire team. Luckily enough, they were able to get back on their 2 feet. 3-man roster trying to push in, but they had to cross the road. It was not a very easy shift for them. And Eastern Stars being so quick, and once again, as you say, right, Kalaris, being always the team to know what decision is the best decision, it kind of ruined their opportunity towards the end. But until then, they had double-digit kill count, and they were fragging out big time in this game. And throughout today, they've got, Imperium said it earlier, out of 3 games, 68 points. Teams do that in like a day, even more than a day sometimes. And they do that in 3 games. That is nuts.
Some didn't do that across the entirety of the league play. The 8 games coming into this. This is ridiculous coming in here from Game Lord. We asked at the start of the day, I'm going to repeat it. Can they repeat the performances we saw from week 1? And so far, so good. Yes, they can. I mean, the compound that they had going into these circles as well, you got to remember that any circle that shifts away from any of these compounds is absolutely barren. There's nothing to play with, but they still come out with 21 points. So kudos to them. It's been, a great day for them so far.
Yeah, let's actually see where Game Lord's going to be on an overall leaderboard now. I would imagine they're still first place. They should be, considering Big, again, didn't have too much around here in the last one. But I'm more curious down towards the bottom, though. We do have Excuse Me trying to close that gap up against Exquisite Decode, who are not playing, but they've yet to pass them so far. But the second and third page is what I'm really focused on, because you still have Destiny, I believe, holding on, but it's not looking good, considering...
Oof. Yeah, I think it must be like less than 10 points, I think, difference here. I think that the next game, or at least the... Oh, no, well, it is. I mean, technically it is less than 10 points. It's 1 point. That's all the Vodafone Giants really need. And that, I mean, with still all these games are left, 12 games left to get 1 point. I think it's safe to assume Destiny are going to be dropping out of this one. So, yeah, we'll have to see them potentially next time. And, of course, there's no Agon not being with the team anymore. So we'll see if we can see some of the players potentially in the next PMPL seasons. But this is the end of the road for them.
Imagine a world where Vodafone Giants, for this point on, gets 0 points. Like, just every game not getting anything. That would be...
I don't think the curse is that bad. Come on.
Yeah, you know what? We give you a hard time, Max, but you're right. It's probably not that bad. So unfortunate for Destiny, considering. I think the crazy thing about Destiny is that there's a semblance of a good team there. I know that they've just lost Agon. Obviously, that's not ideal. But we have seen some of those individuals looking good in the past. So, yeah, they'll be back. They'll be back.
Well, Vodafone, Chazmac, and SKP still yet to get a chicken dinner in their super weekends. No extra money in their pockets. But we're moving over to Sanhok, and I'm expecting to see some Sanhok numbers and maybe some Sanhok finishes as well. But before we can even dive into it, we got to bring our commentators back into this one. But I guess we'll give an extra second or two just to warm up, get their vocal training ready to go. As gentlemen, I'm kind of excited to see how things are going to go in the finals. We talked before about marathon versus sprint. League play obviously is a big marathon because you have to play out, 3 weeks of play. But when it comes into the finals, what's up?
There is one thing about that, actually, because of course Eastern Stars, I think they're going to end up looking good in the finals, and especially they're making some really good decisions, especially moving on to the SKP compound that they did there. But there is something that I do want to kind of nitpick and break down about that last situation, which I think could have got them the victory here, Jason, if I may. So basically, they smoke off Nano, right? They kill him off and stuff like that. Me and Max were talking about this. Pushing across 2 people there, I feel like they know where that last person is, right? So they could have even divided up a little bit, maybe taken a different angle and probably finished him off, Max, and won the game.
Yeah, I think also, like, they smoke out the position of Nano, like, we're going to block out his visibility, and then they decide to send not only 1 player, but like 2 players in that position. Like, you're losing information on where Michi could be standing, so it was down to details. I think that a 1-1 split would have been better to get the advantage onto Michi, but it's still top 2, it's still a good game, but that little difference there could have been potentially a win coming their way.
Well, yeah, I mean, difference between, top 2 and $1,000 is quite a bit, I guess we could talk about.
True.
But it's time to bring our commentators back in. So you two, get out of here. Go get some rest. Go get something to drink. Maybe something to eat. Maybe a baguette, a chocolate, croissant would also be nice. Let's bring our commentators in for the first time, though, today. John Allen and Blank, ready to sink their teeth into our delicious next round.
Yeah, absolutely. We are ready and raring to go to chomp at the bit of PUBG Mobile. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, 100%. I love it. I mean, I'm wearing my headset so far forward though that it's almost become
what are you doing?
I'm like an X-Man at this point in time. I've got to stop my eyes from burning from the other side of the screen. There are some burning hot players in this lobby at the moment. Eastern Stars doing fantastically well, of course, but Vodafone Giants definitely the one that's standing out to me at the moment. John, right now the one thing that's worried me is their Miramars aren't so hot. They're not as hot as the sands that they're laying their poor feet upon. But their Erangels, on the other hand, they've had a 3rd place today and a 4th place on top of it. That kind of fire that we saw from them coming from league play at the end hasn't stopped. It's not wilted away just yet, and they're keeping up, and that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. They are keeping things going. For this game, Blank, I'm going to ask you early on for your prediction right now as to which of these teams is going to have a good game. But I'm gonna go in early and say I really want SKP team to come out swinging here, because I feel like it would spice up the bottom of the tables. I feel like if they popped a win here with some not as strong entrance from Vodafone Giants and from Nexus Gaming, that allows for a little bit of a closer race towards the bottom. And I'm always a big fan of that dynamic towards the bottom of the tables, because of course only 2 of those 3 teams can get in.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit of spice would not be unwarranted here. You know me, I'm always in the kitchen cooking up some curry or whatever. I've even made my own garam masala the other day. I was very happy with how it turned out. And SKP's got to be the garam masala of the lobby right now. They've had a lot of things come together, a lot of different ingredients to get to this point in time, but they need to keep being on that burner, keep boiling away, let that sauce thicken up and try and thicken up their points as well, because they do need a fair few to catch up to Vodafone Giants. Now, this is where I think I differ to you in this situation, is that, yes, it would be amazing if SKP can put up some fat performances, but I think that Vodafone Giants, I'm still in the boat rooting for them because, you know, they haven't fell off. And I think if it was a case, you know, they just weren't doing too much in these first 3 games of this Super Weekend, then I would have my issues and maybe I would be backing SKP. But if Vodafone Giants really want to hold on to this spot and they're putting in the work to make it happen, power to them. But my prediction for this map, though, John, completely separate to these two teams. Big. I want to see Mickey be able to channel his inner destiny from last season. Not this destiny from this season, of course. That wouldn't be good, but last season's destiny.
Not great.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
They'll do it. They've had a fantastic run on that Northwest Island before with Mickey at the forefront of that. So hopefully they can continue that kind of performance. And this time they don't have to worry about Eastern Stars. They've started to drop in boot camp. So Northwest Island, much more available to them. Sadly, it shifts to the north side of the map. So we're going to have teams coming from that northwest side, maybe across the bridge or from the south side.
Unicorns of Love have found Bardo. And that is a 1 dead Xtreme Slayer. They are going to take that one down. First kill found, fresh. Happy with that one. Unicorns of Love, an early point on the Southwest Island.
Very nice. You take those. I don't think there's going to be much loot there to be gathered for your boy Fresh. He does get a level 2 helmet, although he was part of the making in dropping that down to half HP. He got a few nice little headshots coming through on his side. Unicorns of Love, though, down towards the Southwest Island. So realistically, that actually opens up a few good things for them going forward, right? Because now they have a little bit more control over that side of the map, and they feel slightly more comfortable. They know that Super Young roster around here, they have really been at their every turn on every single map. You know, they drop in South George, they drop just south of them in Miramar, and they drop just north of them in Sanhok. So these two teams, their fates are fairly entwined at this point in time.
One cannot move without moving the other. To see if their fates do, in fact, link as much as you proffer. Only time will tell. On the southeastern edge at the moment, those Vodafone... Sorry?
Thank you, strange wise man that I met on the street. I am now going to leave and go into the co-op because you are harassing me.
but the world's going to end in 5 minutes. I haven't even got a steak bake.
I'm going to sanitize my hands. Bye.
Oh, he's left. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You have to find the next victim to, you know, impart your wisdom upon, because I'm gone. I'm gone at this point in time, and so is Unicorns of Love. They've headed up towards Painan. GK first and Lin left behind to do a little bit of looting, but at least they have a forward outpost now.
Who else has gone? It's Amodi for SKP, so maybe
yeah.
a bad start for them for their spicy game.
Yeah, Nexus causing the problems. And to be fair, LMV have suffered the same injustice that SKP just have done. Because Nexus, they really do cause a lot of problems out northeast side of the map for many different teams. We've seen them hunt down LMV before. They've headed up towards Mong Nai. So they quite happily put SKP between them and Nexus, which is fine and dandy. You know, that this is happy days for them. Now someone else has to feel the wrath of Nexus as they try and push towards SKP. Not a great start for SKP, though. In terms of points, you know, with losing a player so early on Sanhok, yes, it's likely, but it really does put a lot of dents in your plans for the future. SKP, though, being quite firmly towards the northeastern side, you know, you could perhaps move down towards the southwest, find a better position within the tree lines, and play from there as they're doing right now. They are heading up towards LMV at the moment, so they will have to be cautious. Again, this is our first Sanhok played of the Super Weekend number 3, so a lot of teams just need to get used to where other teams are playing. So this is going to be a bit of a weird one, which is why you are seeing these early kills, you know, with the difference in teams that have been located in this lobby, there are going to be some change-ups, and people will adjust for that tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, they'll see their second entry be a little bit safer, a little fewer casualties there. Of course, only 2 at the start, and so it's not super loud, but you're right, there are more border disputes, if you will. There needs to be some gerrymandering for these teams' drop spots.
Absolutely. I think that 4 Romanian Boys currently playing center is great for them, though, John. We've seen so many times for 4 Romanian Boys, when they get a central position, they're able to hold it. I don't know if you remember way back when we casted... Oh dear, this is not looking good for SKP. I'll come back to that thought.
Yeah, it's really not. Already losing yet another player now, just Humud and Dillo left in a 2 versus, well, 2 at the moment against LMV. Not really too much backup for them at this stage, so it's fairly even, but in come the cavalry around the side. It's looking a lot better for LMV all of a sudden, and SKP wondering what the hell just happened here. This Sanhok was supposed to be our spice game, but unfortunately, it's bland as ever. Mild.
It's way mild. They've added way too much coconut to this one. Not a good time whatsoever. Just a very placid taste left in the mouth there. So not good. Not good at all. LMV happy though. You know, a lot of times they struggle on this northeast side, but they found themselves a bit of an indenture to go from there. Game Lord though, looks like the streak is coming to a close just a little bit, John.
Victor, did he get flushed out pretty early on? And with Narvalo already having gone down, just leaves Akashi and Robs left for the roster. So maybe not, as you say, as stonking of an entry as they've had before so far today.
Yeah, honestly, for me, Game Lord, have a bit of a rubbish today, to be honest with you. You know, coming first place and then dropping to second and then dropping to third again, that's just awful, in my opinion. How dare they have a day like that, indeed. Just not what I expected from Game Lord. Obviously, I am kidding. They've had a fantastic start to the day. You know, I think if there's anywhere you can drop points, it's Sanhok. You know, you take a break, take a chill pill, have a Kit Kat.
Or any other chocolate, you know.
For that matter, absolutely. Celebrate. Whatever you need.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the chocolates.
Chocolates.
Big fan of chocolates, aren't I?
Oh, yeah,
Always
you
a good
go
thing. But you know, I don't feel like there's a chocolate dish that incorporates chicken in any way, you know? I feel like there is no... I can't think of any.
I've encased
like,
a whole chicken.
I mean, it would be Heston Blumenthal maybe coming out swinging with that one, but like, I feel like chocolate and chicken really don't mix.
Oh, you don't know? You haven't had it?
As it says you.
Yeah.
You know those chocolate fountains?
Yeah.
Take my nuggets then.
Do you? Christ alive, that's an interesting
To be
one.
fair, that might be nice. A chicken nugget dipped in the chocolate fountain.
I dipped a chicken
What's your
nugget in
opinion
tea
on
the other day.
In what?
In tea.
In tea? How did that go for you?
It wasn't bad. It was a little bit sweeter. The thing is,
So
I'd like to test things, you know?
But I feel like it might be the same concept as like dipping your fries in your shake, right? How it's like a savory, salty taste, which is like the batter on a chicken nugget. And a chicken nugget in general, I feel in general is quite like a salty taste. And then you put it in the chocolate, which is the sweet complement, right?
Exactly. Well, we'll have to see. I'll let you know how it goes because I'll be testing that tonight now. But another team that's testing a new strategy, it's big. Taking a long rotation in the boat up towards the top side, testing the waters themselves, and they're going to jump all the way around. And that's fair play. You could drop down towards Mongnai or Cow. Would not be a bad idea. Move through the buildings there and hope to stay safe. I think that, you know, this rotation has come a little late, and it might be a bit overconfident to drop into Cow side, but as long as they're cautious moving through Cow and understand that there perhaps might be a team in that location, absolutely fine. You know, that's why we might see later on in the game their rotation come to a little bit of a halt, you know, slow down as they move through that compound itself, so not too bad. Xtreme Slayers on our screen at the moment down to 3. They're right down on the south side, having to pass on the eastern side of Quarry. Team Doom are also sweeping through this location. Pappy's at the front. But the boys from Team Doom, they're all on foot, so perhaps Xtreme Slayers can get by unnoticed, or at least get by very quickly so the bullets can't catch them.
Got a little bit of a ridgeline and a couple of rocks, as you say, for Team Doom to be able to skirt around right now. But it's sort of the threading the needle. Okay, here come the Xtreme Slayers, and Team Doom maybe looking to light them up here. Action certainly ready for it, but as he gets past, not quite, they blow up the vehicle and he goes straight down and out. And look at this, Holes now caught out and isolated for the Xtreme Slayers, and there's Unicorns of Love as well, just over the hill. Holes, I feel like you're not surviving this one. Pappy, get out of there.
Yeah, I know, they're going through on the pickups, but Team Doom are happy to put them down very shortly afterwards. Those nades coming through, it's easy peasy. Zero's just sliding across the floor like he just don't care. So it's over for Holes. When you see a man sliding across pure foliage, you know it's over.
Oh yeah, he's getting green stains all over those ankles. It's not going well for him. And now they're going to have to make their way forwards. Just Pappy left for the Xtreme Slayers. But in the meantime, Unicorns of Love did manage to find a little bit of an opening around those sort of hillsides. Maybe Team Doom wouldn't have let that happen hadn't they had to have dealt with these two players from Xtreme Slayers. And now they're all having to crunch in from the south side. They've got Super Young roster behind them and Vodafone Giants to the front.
Yeah, I mean, Vodafone Giants happy to hold down this position from right now. And it's a great spot to hold as well because you have oversight over this eastern rotation. You know there's a funnel there, so most teams will be passing through. You can take shots, but right now Vodafone Giants opting not to shoot towards Pappy whatsoever and just leaving their position unknown for the time being. We're having this pretty awful crunch right now between Super Young Roster, Team Doom, and Unicorns of Love. I think Unicorns of Love found a position toward Painan with 2 players, then Super Young Roster dropped by. That's what I'm talking about. Super Young Roster is just a consistent problem for the guys from Unicorns of Love. Now, I'm going to unpark the thought that I parked earlier, and don't worry, I'm a great parker indeed. You know, I didn't clip anyone's cars. I maybe scratched that dude's car just a little bit, but don't worry about it. It's 4 Romanian boys. Great central position, and I was saying to you that I don't care. I don't care. If you remember Box Gaming, great team, but tends to perform the best when they found a specific compound in the center of the circle, and they were very, very good at holding out teams. This is how I see 4 Romanian boys. Once they have center, they are locked in, they are ready to go, currently holding down Paradise Resort, a very popular spot in this circle and on this map. And I think the 4 Romanian boys could potentially have a very good game off the back of this.
Do you feel, though, that they can hold the entirety of Paradise Resort? Because I feel like there's several times where we see 2 and maybe even 3 with the team up in the sort of the little house that's just to the side of it, holding in that area. Because I feel like if you spread yourself too thin, when there's too many teams and too many teams trying to push into you, you lose players, one of you gets picked off, and immediately it all collapses like a house of cards. So, yeah. I mean, holding on to it would be probably quite the statement.
It is rough. I think you're going to be very careful with the angles you take when you play Paradise Resort. Remember that you are covered by a lot of rocky outcrops around the side of the compound where you have to climb up, so you do have fair warning before a team comes in. Team Doom spotted Unicorns of Love going through this area. I think for Unicorns of Love, the sad thing is Fresh is here. He's right behind, and Team Doom's ready to take him down. The majority of the team's already forward, so we could have the classic Unicorns of Love down galloping on just 3 legs, which seems to be a regular occurrence for these boys.
Well, they managed to get ahead of Team Doom, like all of them, all 4 of them now, after Fresh was able to get out of this. And now Team Doom are trapped. So they have allowed this pace to not go in their favor. And it sort of all traces back to that gank on Xtreme Slayers further out. GK first, playing a risky game right now. Do they even know there's teams behind them? They can't do. There's no way he knows. Oh my goodness me, how on earth is he managed to skate back as well? Oh my god, GK first, now he's scanning the hillsides, an eagle on the hunt. And GK first survives. How on earth do you get away with that?
Goodness me, that's the GK first senses right there. You know, he felt a tingling in his backpack and immediately he turned around. Quickest knock I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Like, barely even registered someone shooting him, immediate death comes his way. You know, you feel that icy glare come through GK first, and just that shadow of dread appears behind you. You know, it's very, very scary when you come against Unicorns of Love, and especially when you come against that one single guy.
Goodness me. God, he was on the swivel, wasn't he? But that does alert Vodafone Giants to the position of Unicorns of Love a little bit more accurately. Meanwhile, over down southwest of Paradise Resort right now, got Eastern Stars and Game Lord. Vibing. Yeah. Remember, Game Lord only 2 players left. Vibing.
Yeah, big vibes right now. Eastern Stars don't want to do anything. Game Lord don't want to do anything. We'll crawl around. It's all good. I think for Vodafone Giants, and this is annoying. This is annoying, but also well played to them. I don't think they're going to do too much this game, you know, because realistically, they need like 5 or 6 points. And if they keep getting 5 or 6 points, it is very improbable that the boys from SKP catch up to them. Because just those consistent points are all they need. They're about 50 points ahead of SKP at the moment.
40, 45.
Oh, 45.
Yeah, so Nexus Gaming 115, Vodafone Giants 110. So it is 40 and 45 points ahead of them at the start of this game.
Yeah, so 40, 45. 45. Yeah.
40 or 45, something like that.
Yes, around that mark. Anyway, so again, this
that's such a reference that no one will get. Maybe Kalaris will get it. Maybe Kalaris will get it.
Maybe even not Kalaris, I don't know. But yeah, I think for Vodafone Giants and, you know, teams ahead of them right now, it is fine to just go for these standard points. And SKP already going out early in this game and not having the greatest day today either is slightly worrying. But if Vodafone Giants want to keep playing like this, again, go for it. Like, if it's consistent points you need to qualify into the finals and you're not too fussed about the chicken dinner and getting $1,000 on your plate, that's okay. You're probably going to earn more money in the finals than you would if you try to risk these chicken dinners in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, you don't want to be risking too much when your qualification spot's on the line. But the rest of the teams, I mean, I feel like basically all of the other teams for me, I mean, maybe Chazmak Gaming is a little bit worried, but even then, like, they don't really need that many points to keep themselves safe in this tournament. I feel like everybody else can really start to just try and break out of their shell and isolate their positions and really start to get this practice in for the finals. And I mean, if I was a team like Unicorns of Love, who maybe are a little bit further down, but they're looking good, even, you know, teams like Xtreme Slayers, like, I'm trying to figure out what my place is in these finals, how I can maximize my placement moving forwards, because every single game is a learning experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Unicorns of Love, their main learning experience, or what it seems to me, is efficient rotations. They are trying to get through most of these circles with 4 players alive, and I respect that, because they know that their ability in an actual gunfight or fighting against another squad, it is kind of unrivaled at this point. I don't see another team do it quite as well as they do. But that's also an issue in terms of sometimes their rotations go bad, and it's that gun skill that bails them out of those situations. I'm glad to see that they have identified, you know, maybe the rotations are kind of the issue here, John. So that's what they're trying to work on, rather than them getting that confirmation of biases like, oh, this rotation works because we killed them all. Well, no, it's because you are just better in a fight.
And you end up losing out in the long run. Team Doom, Zero, gets peppered out in the open there. Unicorns of Love open the firing squad, and the fight continues. The progression, the slow trudge from the south northward has started finally to come back to bite Team Doom. Nades launch back, and actually Rolkis going down. Needs to crawl towards the circle to be able to get rezzed here, and actually it's quite open ground, so maybe losing Rolkis in this scenario, but they've already taken 2 from Team Doom. You can feel like the Unicorns of Love players are going to leave Rolkis here. Bazesh out in the blue might be pushing up for the flush. No, they've spotted the isolated position. And really nothing you can do if you're Zesh here. Rolkis behind the rock. He can get up, he can jump towards the circle, but the circle again will shift away from them.
Yeah, I think for Rolkis it's going to be quite difficult to get him back up in an action. They are trying to get the res coming through with GK First kind of holding them down. Zesh has 1 first aid kit remaining, but we'll bring him back up to full HP. On the hands of GK First, he's quite happy. But that's a lot of damage going their way, but finally the guys from Team Doom go down. But look how damaged the guys from Unicorns of Love are.
If they get Rolkis up, that's a miracle. I think it was on a sliver of HP. But in the meantime, on the northwestern edge, 4 Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars, Conqueror, everybody trying to leave from the Paradise Resort. They're done with their spa days and they're out for blood. Nexus Gaming holding out in front of them as well. Chazmak moving down from the north. Everyone with their eyes set down to the southeast. Eastern Stars getting spoiled there. Jamaz, a solo operator for Conqueror in these last couple of games. I mean, the times I've seen him alive sort of as the last player for Conqueror, I can count maybe on one hand. We haven't had that many games today, but still, more than is strictly necessary here.
Yeah, I think for Jamaz, he's been a key component of the team. That's Unicorns of Love out. I think that's partially due to the fact that they were very hesitant to move within the circle there versus Team Doom, and those knocks just played a massive role. GK First tries to roll in on towards TSC's position, not able to get in there, and Fresh just falls behind them. Mango coming with some nades towards TSC's position. It's a good one on Bujo, but it won't do anything just yet.
The Nox and Mango does just go down, excuse me. Nearly hit with the nade underneath, and actually takes down Bujo out in the circle with the tick damage that came through from the blue. Afterwards, Yaya gets cut down, and the Vodafone Giants play spoiler there. Almost everybody on the western edge did not make it in blank. Nobody has made that run. Ex Machina for 4 Romanian Boys is the last player standing, and he's all the way out in the blue, and just go down towards the end of it. The circle shifts up towards Chazmak Gaming. And now Nexus are on the same side of the road. Vodafone Giants, Super Young roster, and Big have to cross.
This is hilarious. I mean, I start this with analysis that, you know, Vodafone Giants don't have to do too much, but not doing too much seems to work massively in their favor here towards that south side, slowly and easily sauntering their way up towards the north, have this four-way split. I imagine they're going to try and take this western side, and that would be smart, in my opinion, to take the west side, because so many teams will be fighting over Paradise Resort and getting out there that Vodafone Giants can kind of make an assumption that a lot of the teams will be weakened on that side of the map.
This is great news for Vodafone Giants. Fantastic situation for them, but they turn around the side and one of them gets knocked. Ulysses first to face against Big Push. Duo sweeping around on the sides. Goldie out wide, looks for the shots, no flushes yet, but goes down. And Big eliminated. Vodafone Giants, they've taken 2 knocks and need to regroup, but Nano's all the way out to their west with the blue zone encroaching. I don't know how much further they can go. Super Young Roster, they made the move first, and all of a sudden it's all coming down, crashing around their ears. Sebi hits the deck behind a rock in the circle, but down to 1 for Vodafone Giants.
It's Sebi time right now, and I think Sebi has been such a strange change in Vodafone's playstyle, because he went from being almost always the first player to fall to now being one of the last people around, to being that last bastion of hope for Vodafone Giants. So fantastic stuff. Hopefully looking to grab themselves a 3rd place here, which would be beautiful with the 8 kills they've already got on side, which will bump them massively up in the rankings. So Vodafone Giants, this has been a fantastic game for them. Still has a rock to play around with as well. Not quite in the circle as of yet, but much further in than Nexus or Trazen. And Trazen's got to come out of Shack, which is the worst situation of them all.
It looks like Super Young Roster might have the best spot here, but I feel like that... I feel like they might not as well here, because look, they're pinned behind these rocks. They've got 3 players looking their way. I mean, you've got 2 players from Nexus looking directly at it. Trazen was already able to get a knock, and up they go. And Vodafone Giants, that is going to be Sebi getting eliminated there. Chazmac Gaming getting eliminated in one fell swoop. So now it's a 2 versus 3. So that firing line that was set up against Super Young Roster now curtailed. Rana out in the blue for Nexus, looks to heal up, but no more first aids. And Super Young Roster have this one in the bag. It looked like their position might be a risk, but they just let everybody else hoist themselves on their own petard.
Yeah, I mean, Creator, we're not getting far in this Skids game, but Super Young Roster have made it in. Their rotations were clean. They took a different approach to the boys from Unicorns of Love, and that's a quick little lean to the side and finishing that one up. So Nexus taking the win there, which is happy days. These 2 teams making it look very difficult for now. Nexus, I mean, just looking at Nexus though, John, this is what I'm saying, is that like it's getting very difficult for SKP, because Vodafone Giants get a bunch of points, so do Nexus, bumping themselves both up towards the top, and with SKP going down so early, rough indeed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they haven't had the standout performances that we sort of saw from them during this week's league play. I mean, it's kind of why I felt like I was rooting for them over the course of these games. But at the moment, we're seeing the SKP team from last Super Weekend just going down early, not getting these points on board. You're right. It's not good news. It is bad news bears really all round for them. I don't even think they got any points in that game. So that 40-45 point gap is just going to really shoot up and away from them. It's going to be so hard now for them to be able to recoup. But there is still more games to play.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this pretty pessimistically in this sense, if, you know, next game SKP don't get any points again and Vodafone Giants and Nexus once again to get towards the top of the tables, I would not be remiss, I don't think, to say that SKP most likely not make it into the finals. I think it'd be very difficult to make that amount of points happen over 2 days. I mean, Unicorns of Love had a fantastic performance in one of the Super Weekends, and I think they got, it was like 97 points, 158, I believe. So they'd have to have one cracker a couple of days to get past those 2 guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know, it was 40-45 before. If it goes up, if that bumps further up, so say you, at the end of today, you've got a 60-point lead, that means that on average, every single game, you have to get 6 more points than both of those teams, right? You have to get 6 more points. So whatever they get, you need 6 more in every single game consistently over the next 2 days. So the further this gap goes over every single game, the far less likely it becomes, because not only are you losing points on them, you're losing opportunities to gain points back.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. And it would be sad if we come to the ending of our first Super Weekend day, the last Super Weekend, and we've kind of already got our 16 confirmed. But, you know, at the same time, well done to Nexus and Vodafone Giants. Like, they had some great performances today to get where they are, and they're very focused on making it into those finals.
Absolutely. It's got to be your focus, right? It's the next step for every single one of these teams, getting to the finals, getting to the money as well, because at the moment the only money earning potential is getting these chicken dinners on board, right? But then you take a look at what's available in the finals, and all of a sudden chicken dinners aren't as important over there to be bumping up that wallet as well. So everyone getting to the finals, super, super important for these teams earning, and in general for longevity. And it's quite the accolade to say, you know, you were able to get to the regional finals for PMPL. So it's something that a player can carry forwards with them proudly.
Yeah, it's a massive pin that you could put on the backpack there, and everyone can see it, and you know, it solidifies you as one of the top players of the region, which is great to see. Looking at this game though, again, super young roster with some very clean rotations overall. I think it is, if anything, it's helpful to Unicorns Alone because they can identify similar rotations that super young roster are making and almost replicate them. I would hope that that's what they'd want to do here because, you know, Super Young roster are very good at this. And I think that perhaps Unicorns of Love can learn something from them, considering they drop in the same spot so often.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, lessons to be learned, right? That's the idea. Got to improve, got to adapt, overcome, listen to Darwin. Evolution is the only way you're going to survive in this jungle, in this wild west of Europe.
Well, what would it mean to you and to the team in general, especially when it comes to Lucian Safi, for if you qualified for EMEA Regional Championship Season 2?
It's gonna be, you know, like the dream that we was dreaming about, and we success to reach it. This is our goal right now. And some of us, like me, I left my education just to play PUBG and just to reach since 3.5 years almost. I played the all PMCOs, so like me and the team, we're wasting time on the game. So when we reach such a high place like EMEA, it gives us more confidence and it gives us more like emotions to keep going on that thing, to keep going on that road, which is PUBG, because it's one of my best things in the life and for the team too. So we're gonna be so happy if we reach EMEA, and we're gonna have more confidence because we qualified from PMPL, and it's one of the hardest tournaments in PUBG.
Then I'm curious then, for this last one, you're talking about, you know, it would be a dream, it would justify a lot of things for you guys if you made it to EMEA. What are you guys doing differently though? Obviously, you know, you're coming to the team new, but what is the team doing differently compared to last season here for now Season 2?
You know, like each tournament, when someone participates, he take like experience from the tournament, even if you didn't perform. Like me, when I joined the World League, it was the first time for me when I played such a huge tournament against huge organizations from the entire world. So I was scared at the beginning. I won a PMCO, I had confidence, but when I joined the World League, I was so scared because I saw a lot of organizations, huge organizations, and it was a dream to play in such a tournament like World League. But we got the 16th place, but it was an honor for me to participate against them and to gain a huge experience, to know how they're playing, how their tactics is going, how the other regions playing. So the old roster they already participated in PMPL, and they had experience, and they do a lot of mistakes. They took the second place, but they're gonna improve it. We are fixing the old mistakes. We are improving too many small things or small tips that we was not following it. I didn't play, but the guys was following it. And actually, to be honest, the old team and some of the old roster, they told me some tips that how the Europe teams is playing. So we have to take care, like being aggressive, don't be too much passive, about the rotations, about the stuff. We are studying everything, and we're learning from our old mistakes to avoid it in the new PMPL Season 2.
Okay, well, Faker, I appreciate you taking the time here to chat with us, but I want to give you an opportunity to, give shout-outs to anyone you want to, and feel free to do it in your native tongue as well.
طبعا اتمنى من داعمين سير اي سبورت، من داعمين فيكر وكل لاعب موجود في التيم ان يتواجدوا معنا وقت البطوله، ودعمكم هو سر نجاحنا باذن الله. ان نكون حسن ظنكم، حسن ظن كل واحد دعم حط فينا امل ان نقدم شيء في البي ام بي ال اوروبا. وكلمه للتيمات اللي ضدنا، اتمنى ان ما نشوف حد قدامنا، لان احنا ما نشوف حد قدامنا الصراحه. لأن إذا كنت موجود قدامنا حترجع اللوبي وحتخسر نقاطك، فالعب باسف، خليك لآخر الزون عشان ما نصيدك. شكرا.
Okay, well, Faker, thank you so much, man, for taking the time. We're looking forward to seeing how you guys do in Season 2.
Thank you so much.
Well, you heard Faker there. You guys better play passive or they're going to find you and come for you and take those kills and more chicken dinners. Just like they're looking to take one of these beautiful 1+9 phones to my left, to your guys' right. I actually don't. Yep, that way, which is my left.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
I got there eventually. I was a little bit scared. Make sure you guys check it out, though, with the new warp charging. Of course, the Snapdragon 888 chipset. And also, let's talk about the map ranking, guys. We have another victor today. Game Lord couldn't take it all the way through the entire day, no matter how much we want to see it. But we do see them able to get an extra $1,000. But Nexus actually coming out ahead with 21 points. This Nexus has been, I want to say, sleepy this entire event.
Yeah, feels like it. And they even started the day right. It was only 3 players, so they definitely stepped up when they needed to. We knew that they were already qualified just by how they started off the day. The only team that could really stop Nexus Gaming from qualifying technically is SKP team, and they've not been able to show up as strong as we would have initially liked. So Nexus Gaming and Vodafone Giants, the 2 teams that are getting themselves the games that they needed today, pushing Geo Sirens and Destiny down. I'm not gonna lie, I think we already have our 16 teams making in the finals here. I think it's pretty much set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Nexus, right? And they're feeling their team synergy currently, which I think we're seeing a bit more of throughout some of these later games that they've been playing, and that's awesome to see, especially since, we used to look at some of the names and think to ourselves, yeah, this team is like having a lot of weight put on single individual players, but now it feels a bit more spread across Nexus right now, and I think that's probably going to pay dividends for them down the line.
Gotta wonder if you did have Dexter in there, how the team might play a little bit differently, or how maybe better, or I don't know, maybe worse. Obviously, it depends on the synergy within the teammates and how well they all get along. But you can see our top players in the last game. We do have Nano making his way through from Vodafone Giants. Bam, gonna be there from Nexus, and Trazen from Chazmac. And well, Chazmac's been a team that's been a little bit quiet, I'd say so far, Max. But they're still looking confident. They're still looking like there's no way they're gonna be passed up by SKP.
Yeah, I think that at this point, they are just trying to potentially aim for a win or 2 throughout this Super Weekend to try and get that extra $1,000 every single time. But at the end, they're taking it slow. They know that, and I think that they looked at the standings, they know that they're safe going into it. So they are taking it very, very relaxed. But yeah, super young roster. Not a great conversion rate, but they were one of the very few teams that like to play on the Eastern coastline. And we know this by watching a lot of the Western Europe tournaments, right, Kalaris, where the Eastern edge is not very popular with these teams a lot of the time. So the fact that the Circle continuously win the way of super young roster, and they had a pretty strong compound at that, it made it really easy for them to try and potentially get that damage. Hard to convert, but the damage was pretty easy to get.
Funny thing about transitioning from the east side of Sanhok to anything central, or especially the west side, is teams would rather drop West Islands to then eventually have to transition over those rivers, as opposed to the other way around, because getting from the east side to any circle that's on that west side is almost suicide, and then there's so much up and down on the hills you have to go through if you want to even do something on the mainland as well. So yeah, it's a tough spot to be able to work from.
Okay, let's talk about one more team really quickly here. It's you talk about Sleeping Giants. I feel like they just mostly been asleep and still have yet to show that they can be Giants. It's the Vodafone Giants, funny enough. We did get to see them have some pretty good performance when it came to our first week of league play, but I wanted to go back and look at how are they doing so far in the Super Weekend compared to everything else, because I'm expecting an upward trend. They've looked much better today, but it was more about how much better have they looked today. And I mean, this is a start. This is a start for them to improve on. This is a start for them to, if they can continue to build off of over the next 2 days and then into the finals, that maybe we could have a team that breaks out into the finals and gets into the regional championship.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to see always, Jason, improve for this team is their survival time and trying to avoid losing players early. I think I said this potentially, if not every single day Vodafone Giants have been playing, I said that I want to see that being improved upon for this team. And it seemed like it's slowly working, right? Sometimes they still make it as a 1 or 2 man player towards the end of the game, but they don't lose the players in like the first 5 minutes. That's a clear improvement, and that allows them to push that extra survival time up an extra 3 minutes. That's big. And the kills, of course, when you have more players towards the end, you can convert a lot more kills. It took some time, but they're getting there. And I think that heading into the finals, we're going to see a way stronger Vodafone Giants than what we've seen so far.
And nice to see that esports jerseys are evolving into football jerseys now, because this is the most football kit jersey I've ever seen on an esports team.
I don't see any space for padding and for helmets. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait.
Oh, not that football.
Oh, Carl, don't be like that.
Well, we can see Erangel is going to be our last round of the day. We'll be hopping straight into that as we're bringing our commentators in, because you know what? The next round is ready to go. Claris and Maxman, you can go berate me even more once I get to the green room here about what I just said. And John and Blank join us once again for the final actual round of our first day of our final Super Weekend. Gentlemen, let's kick things off.
Thank you very much. And you know what I always say? A berating for Jason is always a good thing. You know, it's always sort of keeps him grounded, keeps him down to earth. He's very tall, so he does need to be reminded of the dirt upon which he stands, and that it is not blessed sometimes. So there you go. So that's my general philosophy.
Yeah, he's unblessed. He is unblessed in this case. And that's fair enough. To be fair, we need to give Jason good berating now and again, because he does get too full of himself on the desk. I know today he's changed his t-shirt for the first time in the entire tournament, but we can't let himself feel too good about himself just yet. But we are heading into our final game of the day. Erangel. Very chilled out. A bit of a different atmosphere to we see on Sanhok, which is a bit chaotic. Heading towards Erangel, you know, it's a little bit more, you know, confirmed. Unless we see another one of these river circles again, John, which is a clear possibility, actually. We've seen it so many times happen here in PMPL Western Europe. We do get our playing path from Stalbot all the way down to Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a swift trip from the mountains down to the sea. And in general, that's going to isolate teams like, I feel like LMV probably going to have the longest path to their drop spot. Generally, they drop out towards Primorsk. Everybody else should be fairly fine in their drop spots to be able to get out there. Maybe 4 Romanian Boys have a tough time getting to that Gatka split that they like to go for. But in general, I feel like everybody's going to be able to grab those vehicles and get somewhere good.
I think so too, John, personally. I think that, you know, this does allow most teams to get where they need to go, especially with a lot of teams dropping towards the eastern side. I've said it before, I'll say it again, because it does ring true here, John. For the boys of Big, nice and easy, getting up towards Severny. Unicorns of Love taking a secondary drop here up towards Kameshki, usually Destiny's drop spot, but obviously not in the Super Weekend, so Unicorns of Love, they'll take Resistance nice and happily rather than taking the long trip all the way over to Georgopol. And you know Mickey is going to be out that way towards Georgopol, scouting out, so decent little decision making by Unicorns of Love, nice and early on.
Just getting those decisions made. I mean, it's what we said we wanted to see, adaptation, evolution. A little bit of a change of pace. I mean, the circle unfortunately does go towards their older drop spot, Georgopol, but you know what? Can't win them all.
You can't win them all. I do think that maybe trying to get all the way to Georgopol anyway might have been difficult. The guys do pick up some vehicles, so there is a clear possibility that they could rotate up towards the northern coast and then head down from shooting range into Georgopol itself. So there is opportunities. There's opportunities here, opportunities for everyone. Once again, though, Eastern starts. I don't know about this. I could be wrong. So take this bit of analysis with a grain of salt, guys at home.
Okay.
But I think that dropping out to Mill to Power with that kind of playing path is, you're asking for trouble. I don't know if they have a different drop spot for themselves, but like, it's difficult enough to get out of Mill to Power. But with so many teams all basically congregating around the eastern side of the map, you know, you're going to be locked into this position for a long time. And I think that one of Eastern Star's biggest weakness so far is that they're forever playing on the edge and losing a lot of the fights in the process.
It's not easy when you're penned in like that to find those routes without, as you say, losing, well, at least players or resources, probably more importantly, moving forward. So interesting progression on the cards for Eastern Stars. Of course, it will not be finishing on the Sosnovka Military Island. The circle basically guarantees that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's impossible. I'd have to double check with some people who are far more expert in specific circle shrinks than I am, but it's a sliver of Military Island that's still in this circle and right on the edge. So we're going to be having a mainland finish. Both Xtreme Slayers and SKP team are going to have to leave. And SKP team, it wasn't that spicy last time, okay? Let's pepper it up.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of pepper. We're not asking for mega spice this time, we're just asking for pepper. This is a common household type of ingredient. You have it, please use it. It would be very grateful. You said there's only a sliver of Sosnovka Island in here, so there's a chance. I mean, yesterday, just on NA PMPL, we saw a circle that went just out into the water, randomly, on Miramar. No questions asked. Very odd. No landmass in that location either, so really strange ending, to say the least. So the stranger things have happened, is what I'm trying to say.
True, it's true. It is very strange things can happen. Certainly can turn things a little bit upside down, but Unicorns of Love, I mean, let's take a look at what they've just done. They've sent Lin out to their normal drop spot, North George, right? And you said, right, there's a potential that they rotate through that north coast. It feels like that's what they're doing here. Mihi on a big split from Big probably won't spot this, but the rest of the players of Big in Severny probably will be at least somewhat aware of this rotation, from Unicorns of Love. So the North George position, again, taken up. And I'm not sure I like the commitment to go all the way into North Georgia Pole. I feel like you could maybe loot up a couple of the buildings and take control of somewhere like Cube, some of the compounds on the northern shore there, but you're likely going to have to cross as well. So potentially even having an outpost down towards Everest might be a good idea for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, potentially. It's quite annoying as well, once again. I didn't quite catch the rotation, but Super Young roster are already in South Georgia crates. They're already looting. These guys are good. They're set to go. I do respect Super Young roster's ability to rotate smoothly and calmly into a lot of these circles. Again, I think a lot of teams can learn from them, but I think there's very specific rotational paths that they've picked out for themselves. And potentially it's just because the lobby isn't watching for them that they get away with it so much. But with the amount of times it's happened, I'm almost reluctant to say that. We do see Vodafone Giants on our screen for just a second there, holding towards Pachinki side, not challenged by SKP anymore. They're, again, like we said before, down towards Novo, trying to loot up there nice and easily before heading up into the circle itself. Again, a difficult rotation, especially if you want to rotate through the eastern side, purely because there are so many teams here, Eastern Stars, Team Doom, Conquerors, Chazmak, and in a way, it's almost harder to rotate on the western side of the bridge because of one team in particular, and that's Nexus, who have almost exclusively held this lighthouse hold on the western bridge, and they do it with fairly large success, John.
It seems to be a pretty solid position for the Nexus squad. The Gatka split has come through for the four Romanian boys already, so a lot of those teams that I said might have a difficult time of it have managed to actually get into those spots. But the reason I feel like the difficulty comes in here is that they won't have had as much time to be in these positions as they usually would do. So for instance, LMV, they've taken a long time to be able to get to Primorsk. So now what they're looting here, they're going to be a little bit slower to be getting on those rotations. And with every team looking to potentially head out to the west, could be a little bit harder for them. And especially with Nexus taking sort of quite a pivotal rotation spot that LMV might potentially want to come around, it could be tricky. But in general, what we've seen in the past from LMV is that they move to that stretch of hillside between the road to the north of Ferry Pier and Quarry. That treed, that forested hillside generally tends to be their sanctuary moving forwards.
Yeah, and it's a good sanctuary as well. It gives you a lot of position to work from, to move down from, to scout from, whilst being fairly unnoticed and like quite quite safe as well, to be quite frank with you, because there is a lot of opportunity to move back behind the hillside and stay safe from there. So yeah, it's a good position and one that they've mainly played throughout the majority of these games. Eastern Stars will start to make that move now. Again, reminding you guys at home, they are in Milter Power, that's where they start, and they tend to wait for around about this 7-8 minute mark before they do start to make a move, which tends to head up towards Mansion, then just try and find a way in. Again, Transmat, Conqueror, TSC all around this location. Luckily for them, Exquisite Decode UK aren't in the game, so there's not another team over here, so they have slightly less to move through, which is nice to see. But they're going to try and loot up what they can, or at least the scraps that were left.
Rosock now occupied by Excuse Me, and it actually looks relatively untouched. I'm not even sure if anyone dropped here. I don't think they did. Going for Rosock. Going to be able to not only get a pretty solid position moving forwards, but also be able to loot up in a couple of those buildings, get a little bit extra from what you would have liked. LMV yet to move from Primorsk, speaking of looting up there. Xtreme Slayers making their break across the bridge, past potentially a roadblock from Nexus here on the southwestern military island bridge, and you were talking about that indentured position for Nexus.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in, and I think Xtreme Slayers will have difficulty making it happen. The only change here is that Nexus have split off. They have decided not to hold it anymore, wondering whether there are any teams coming through, but just as Xtreme Slayers start to cross, Nexus start to leave. So I don't know if this is bad timing or just impeccable timing from Nexus, that they've got the information they want and now they're ready to go. They are waiting for this next circle, so being in vehicles, not a bad idea. Xtreme Slayers come across the bridge, they get locked into a fight outside the blue. A compound, a very nice compound, is no longer available to you because you're locked in horns. It's an issue.
Yeah, SKP going on the eastern bridge as well to leave the military base, and no one guarding it. Eastern Stars still moving a little bit further north with the circle as it is. Everybody's going to start to crunch down. And Excuse Me, are feeling pretty good about themselves right now in their position.
Yeah, Rosock Hill's great position to hold right now. You know, they have a lot of sight lines towards a lot of these players. They don't have to move too much, and realistically, Rosock's going to be not something that a lot of people are going to be intending to crash into too hard. Unicorns of Love yet to move from Georgia Pole, super young roster. They've taken the initiative to move past through the ruins, which will give them a little bit of cover, and they can start to move down towards 4 Romanian Boys, perhaps pick up one of the trenches around that zone and play from there. But yeah, a lot of teams starting to coalesce at this point. Big, they don't really want to make this crossing just yet. A compound like Box would not be a bad idea for them. It gives them options later on in the game. But on our map right now, you know, there is a huge cluster of teams just south of school. So a couple of fights should start to be breaking out soon.
Vodafone Giants seem to have spotted the Xtreme Slayers. Well, they popped a couple of shots, surely, but that forces them towards the 4 Romanian Boys. I mean, you were talking about this conflict starting to come through. This crossroad conflict, I feel like, happens every single time there's teams that start to group up in these headshot hills. A very, very strong compound in terms of rotational paths away from it, but the difficulty is actually holding it against teams crashing into you. And it seems to be that you're never quite able to do it fully. Xtreme Slayers hold on the south side.
They do. Xtreme Slayers just playing it calm, playing it safe, which is not a bad thing to go for. I mean, it's quite difficult to make this crossing for Romanian Boys because Xtreme Slayers hold fairly decent compound. The best thing going for Romanian Boys is also very difficult for Xtreme Slayers to move through here because you've got to pass these 2 buildings into a warehouse, and if you're not careful about how you play it, you tend to get crossfired upon from 4 Romanian Boys position. So we're kind of in, again, one of these positions where no one's going to get much done. This is going to be a case of waiting teams out, waiting out the circle, but being so central, this fight is not likely to go anywhere unless there is a cheeky knock that comes through, which all of these guys are going to be waiting to pick up.
Got eagle eyes, but what that does is also draw attention away from watching the surrounding hillsides, right? It means that teams that are near them can skate past them a little bit easier. You know, if you're just trying to get some information, you'll be able to see that there's teams here as well with all the vehicles that will be parked up in the back. And maybe a little bit safer because you know that there are going to be at least 1 pair of eyes on across the road at every single moment.
Yeah, and specifically Vodafone Giants, they're just off to the western side. They're waiting. They're lying in wait, like a couple of Panthers, ready to jump in on this fight as soon as it pops off. It's a very classic position that two teams can take position in. And I would imagine the only reason that Vodafone Giants haven't made their way in is because they know that there are two teams in this area. That is one not coming through, though.
Yeah, that seems to be Royal, I believe, getting knocked for Romanian Boys across the way. I don't think they want to pull the trigger. Look at where Pappy is, not with them.
Yeah, I think for Xtreme Slayers, it might be a bit difficult. This next circle, though, might just press the issue. If you are Xtreme Slayers, you might want to move over this way because right now, for Romanian Boys, they're focused at least one player on the res, which has now gone through. I think Xtreme Slayers might just skirt around the side in the process, which they absolutely are going to take advantage of now, moving up towards Rozhok. Team Doom, though, currently in action versus the guys from Conquerors.
Well, not anymore. They get eliminated. TSC want to rock up and become part of the party here. A little bit of an off angle, maybe being found by Reeves, but he's just like, you guys can deal with that. I'll see you, bye. And just away in the buggy, past the TSC position, but loops back around, thinks better of deserting the team right now. Conqueror with 3 players alive, looking to try and hold off the push. Tam around the ridge side, nade over the top, does a little bit of damage, but Vito and AZ suffering on the inside here. And it's going to be all up to Reeves to really give them an opening, especially with Gemmas going down. And Vito, oh dear, getting peppered, getting pummeled by that nade. Tam has to reposition though. Another nade to follow it up, and Conqueror down to 2. TSC holding well.
Not bad here. Reeves is just swerving around the sides of him and trying to find a position to play, but TSC start to swing round. Bujo moving up towards the hillside. I think they're happy to just have a lot of angles on this position. AZ sees some time, a well-placed nade could take him down. He's not watching, it's easy peasy for AZ. Reeves might just be able to find a position off that because TSC are going to have to start to regroup here.
Have to regather their forces if they want to keep Tam up, but AZ's been spotted in the building, goes down, and Yaya will be able to get that flush. No one there. Reeves, get away from it. Just try and survive now. Conqueror, again, down to 1. How far can they go? With 5 kills.
Yeah, Jaja's out of there. I mean, for Reeves, 5 kills though, it's not a bad run there. Again, no chicken dinner, so none of that juicy money on the line going to come through for them unless something miraculous comes out at the end of the game. I will say one thing though, I'm really proud of Eastern Stars. You know, they had a tough start to that game, and they've just made a very bold and calculated decision to fly past the guys from Game Lord and get further into Rozhok itself. This circle does prove a few problems. Again, we have the island towards the middle of the actual river itself. There is a potential that we move over to the western side, in which case Game Lord, Xtreme Slayers and Eastern Stars are going to have a rough time of it because they've got to run through pretty difficult areas, including the middle of Rozhok and then through to Sunken City. So there are a fair few roadblocks in the way at the moment. Big and Unicorns of Love playing it safe for the time being.
Looking at SKP team's position as well on the western edge, right next to Nexus. On the southwest side, near Ruins, just trying to hold out. It looks like Nexus are a little bit more penned in right now than SKP team, but this next circle will sort of decide who's at a disadvantage or not in terms of the teams on opposite sides of the circle. Look at TSC's rotation as well, swinging all the way down, and I feel like that is potentially the worst circle that could have popped.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about as well. This is the one you really don't want because Eastern Stars, they made a proud rotation, but it does put you now in this position where you've taken the gamble. I'm impressed that they took the gamble, and you know, more often than not, it might not pay off. But when it does, I reckon Eastern Stars could win big. I hope this doesn't dissuade them from continuing to make these kind of rotations in future. But yeah, this is difficult now. Game Lord, Eastern Stars, Xtreme Slayers have to fight through Rozhok, or they can try and dip out and get shot in the process. But Sunken City, a big part of this, big feature of this next circle. But Big and Unicorns of Love most likely going to clash here as they both try and take a hold of this island.
You can see as well, LMV repositioned within Sunken City. They were down to the southeastern edge of it. They go up to the north because they know that the circle's potentially going to go a little bit further away. In that position, Conqueror finally eliminated, so only getting 5 points there on the game. But still, that's 5 more points than they had at the start, which is good as any, really. But LMV, they are very central in the circle right now. They are in Sunken City. For Romanian Boys, I feel like might have the best position, though, in the circle. I think this is a compound that we actually saw SKP team win from before as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not where SKP team won from, but it's where Xtreme Slayers were holding out, and I think they got a little bit overly cocky in that situation. SKP were able to hold them off from the bank side. Again, though, I think we do need to keep a close eye on SKP team, because if they don't do well this match and they don't put up some big numbers, both the next days are going to have to be phenomenal. Right now, we need to see something ridiculous. And on top of that, you know, Vodafone Giants, they can't go further.
In the meantime, we've seen a couple of teams try and move in towards Sunken City. Game Lord trying to move on through because they're down on 3 players with only 1 standing. Robs maybe looking to get the team up, but 2 of them are down on bended knee. LMV holding out quite well. Nexus Gaming were already in on their edge. It looks like they'll stay there. They've got a decent roof, a decent building, a little bit of real estate.
Just a touch of real estate here. Found just something to work with. Looking up towards the northern side of the map, but Eastern Stars, they do get out with 4 players, and they actually are able to make that rotation on that eastern bridge just as the blue starts to pass, and now they're on the northern side. Mickey, though, has some great oversight onto this rotation, and Bazzi and the rest of Co just fly into the water.
Trying to get on through, try and get anywhere, any sort of foothold, but it's really very dangerous. Xtreme Slayers really suffering now. They lost their forward player. They're trying to push around the edges, but it's more than likely they're going to have more treacherous ground in front of them. TSC potentially under pressure with SKP team launching the nades over the top. Buha already down. Good nades coming through for Tony. Takes a tumble. Another up the top, bobbles around, and the knocks are coming through thick and fast against TSC.
They are getting taken shots at, though. I mean, TSC fairly down on the knees at this point in time.
I love taking shots.
Yeah, I know. They can just about see them. I mean, for Vodafone Giants, this is the best team to take a fight with right now.
Right, yeah, no, it wasn't Unicorns Alive. I was mistaken. I thought it was coming from across the river, but no, you're right. Vodafone Giants, they're going to have to move, though. Oh, that is... Okay. I thought the circle before was the worst circle.
Yeah, this is even worse.
Stand corrected.
Yeah, you do. We have Moat Circle right now with Unicorns of Love firmly holding their clasp on the castle, you know, sitting in the throne room ready to be called the Mad King. I'll see what happens. Yeah, everyone called them mad, standing on this island, claiming it as their own, saying it's uninhabited. There's no political gain to this place. Unicorns of Love, they realize the true value of the island itself. The guys from Eastern Stars, though, I love their rotation once again on the eastern side. Fly over the top, straight into the water, and give them perhaps a chance of making just a little bit further in the game. You are right, though. Vodafone Giants, SKP, both have to move, and Vodafone Giants, you know, they might have to follow SKP in this scenario to get anything done. But if they do, they might just have a chance to take some free shots to the guys in the water.
Yeah, it's difficult, though. It's a difficult decision. Maybe with a bit of oversight, Vodafone Giants mount up, and they are going to head out to the east, so they're going to try and swing the other way compared to SKP team right now, who have started swimming, by the way, trying to get all the way across to that island. I feel like no one's really going to be able to stop them here. 4 Romanian Boys holding out on their little station there and doing pretty well for it.
I think 4 Romanian Boys, they had a good spot. Again, it's the 4 Romanian Boys style. Find a really good position in the circle and then just try and hold on to it. Generally, they play center. They've had a lot of hard shifts come their way recent games. You know, I think maybe they put a lot of stock in a compound maybe too early in the match, in which case, you know, there's a lot of opportunities for the blue to shift away from them. SKP actually make it onto the island itself, and Bigger also moving across. Unicorns of Love, so split here between the island that they can't really defend anywhere. So now Lynn's coming across towards Rolkis' side, Fresh and GK first, trying to make something happen, but they've allowed insurgency upon their castle.
They were just trying to hold too much ground. I feel like Lynn needed to move further forwards earlier. Maybe Rolkis doesn't even need to be in the spot that you're in, but if you're trying to control big, I mean, I get it, maybe. You know all of these teams on the South Bank are going to have a tough time of it, because look at what happened to Vodafone Giants just now. They tried to crash through, and I feel like they made the wrong decision, or well, maybe in hindsight, certainly, but they have made a little bit of a mistake here, going straight on into the lion's den around 4 Romanian Boys, around everyone else. Nexus Gaming go down. And that is good news for SKP team. If both Nexus and Vodafone Giants go down here, they have a chance. They are one of the teams on the island, but they're taking a fight themselves.
Yeah, Fresh is just trying to run them down in the vehicle at the moment. And to be fair, we're still at 10 teams, so if they go down now, they have very little points to be accrued. So they're just hoping that with all the fighting going on, teams start to fall before them. Right now, Unicorns of Love, they are pressing the issue down to 9 teams now, so there is still points available for SKP, but with another knock coming through, their fate feels very, very dire at this point.
GK First is almost solo holding the entirety of the South Bank right now against everybody else in the lobby, and that's allowed the rest of Unicorns of Love to go for this fight against SKP team, and quite frankly, they're winning it. I'm not entirely sure how. Poker still stays alive, gets into the water as well, and Game Lord down to 1. Big might just have the best spot now. It keeps changing, but it may be with Mihi going down, it's a little bit more tenuous, but still.
Yeah, if Mihi gets flushed, it's very difficult, so a smoke immediately comes their way. SKP, you know, I don't know how they survived that. I saw several times where it felt like vultures from Unicorns of Love just swirling around them. But that's an actual knock coming through from Rollkiss onto Beast, which is massive here. Unicorns of Love might be able to do something with that, but again, GK First is insistent on holding the whole tide of the world back on this bridge.
I mean, Easter start, you got Octavian under the bridge as well at Kapahala playing trolls right now, which obviously helps GK First, but I feel like he is really just this lone ranger in this scenario. What do you do against him?
Yeah, I know he's not taking shots back. He's taking calculated positions here. SKP still being in the wings at the moment. Talon's trying to pick up as many points as possible as he can from the wall, but Bazzi slips out just in time from Eastern Stars, and that'll give an opportunity for Octavian to get up onto the bank side. Now Kapala can start to cross, and this is looking good. Unicorns of Love, though, they are looking fantastic. I mean, they're everywhere and anywhere all at once. There's a nade that knocks Bazzi as well.
Not entirely sure what Russia was playing at, though. Down into the water with the rest of them. Maybe they're just trying to pick up kill points there. Alendo now last player for SKP. LMV struggling to get across, and rightly so. You've got so much coming up against it. Perks does get flushed on out. Unicorns of Love controlling this choke perfectly now. Rollkiss moving into regroup with the team and actually swinging out, maybe finding Alendo if they're, well, I don't know about lucky, but they might spot it anyway. It feels like there is some attention being given out that way, but GK First spotted by Big.
Yeah, has to drop the deck very clear. Again, GK First is managing to slip out of these scenarios, which realistically he shouldn't be able to get away from. This guy's very, very slippy. Rollkiss takes down Alendo. Now just Rasho in the water. Smokes go down from Unicorns of Love to try and protect their position while they pick up more points down towards the side of the beach itself. You know, this Super Weekend is still actually quite important for Unicorns of Love because they have a big shout into those PMGC points towards the top of the tables. We'll see how this pan out when we do finally get an official announcement, but right now, putting up numbers can always be good.
Doran sort of in this car and could pop out as well, out through the window and take shots here. Very, very tricky to deal with Doran's position. Lin cuts down Mihi in the open there as Big try and make their move forwards. They've been trying to make that move for quite some time as well. Oh, going to take a knock in response. Lin does go down, but Mihi, you've got to think he's unresable in this spot. Certainly without the time. Beast, doesn't quite have the lineup.
Yeah, he's got a really good angle here, but GK First spots him. Nothing passes this guy's eyes. Doran still from the vehicle, finds a nice nade onto Robs. You know, if Eastern Stars want to leave, they have to contend with Carboy over here.
Broom, broom. Get out the car. Gotta do it, gotta do it. Kapahala down in the water, hasn't been able to get out just yet. Big pushing up, and Unicorns of Love are still focused on Eastern Stars under the bridge, and all of a sudden we're down to 3. Teams going, and a nade up is going to deal with one of the Unicorns players. A flush out into the open as well on a Big player, and now it's just 2 standing for Big, Suave and Beast. Unicorns of Love as well. They've taken some casualties there. Fresh is down and knocked, and they're looking to res it here, but Big have managed to cross the open and control the roadside now. Unicorns of Love can't break out.
Rollkiss has got such a fantastic position from where he's playing before, holding out this western bridge this entire time. Swave tries to hold them down, but GK First will not allow it to happen.
Not quite yet. GK First popping that first aid as well through the smoke. Suave looking for the res, but you're right, there's Rollkiss looking to be instrumental here. Sprays are good. There's the flush. Not going to be able to find Swave, but they know with the shots coming back where this last player is. Rollkiss rallies on forwards, moving in with the Unicorns of Love. They took control of the central island, and with it, they'll take the chicken dinner. They were the kings in the castle on the moat. The central island was everyone else's doom.
Yeah, the Mad King, he reigns, and dark tidings will come your way if you are big in this situation. Not good at all, but Unicorns of Love, fantastic game, looks so much better, honestly, overall. You know, I think that, yes, they held that Y split, but they had the means to do it, so absolutely, why not? They're GK first. Honestly, I don't often say this, but it was a good play to hold those 24 players out on that bridge bank. I don't know how you did it, but it was a good play, and you made it happen. That's one of those kind of things where you go, no, you can't do that. That's suicide. But for GK first, it's kind of like sending in one of your best top elite soldiers into a mission that you know no one else could get away with. But he'll make it happen, so that's why you choose him. You select him to go on the mission. All of his mission statements, there's covered in black ink, but that's fine, because GK first, he gets the job done.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a concept when building arches called well, I guess it's a piece of an arch called a keystone, right? And the idea of a keystone is that all of that pressure that pushes the arch in sideways is held by that keystone, right? As soon as you take that in, the whole thing collapses. So it's not really the keystone itself that keeps the arch up, but it is instrumental in its integrity. And I feel like that is a good metaphor for what we just saw, right? GK first being that keystone to the archway of all of those teams trying to move across. If he wasn't there, you have teams moving across, you have Eastern Stars scaling the bank, getting up ahead of teams, everyone else trying to move. But with him there, he forces the pressure onto all of these other teams to push against one another and make it impossible for them to squeeze through.
Yeah, he's a serious bastion for the team, and I think that's what he excels at doing. And I think that Fresh, Rollkiss, and Lin have got used to this now, and Fresh is able to play this carefree style that we know and love him for, and he's doing it well now. But GK first just takes it on him, and you know, he was always great as a solo player, so why not have him play as a solo player in the sense that, you know, he holds things down for the teams. He doesn't always have to go out and get those kills, but he'll allow the rest of the team to operate exactly how they want. Rollkiss taking some fantastic off angles whilst doing some brilliant scouting, and Lin just kind of being that player that moves around, is able to find those angles when it's necessary, and is generally that backup plan when all else fails.
I feel like Big may have had one or two opportunities to come back and try and really put the hurt down. I mean, they didn't push up to the ridgeline very early, and I feel like maybe if they'd have taken an opportunity to do that, maybe they didn't know that there weren't teams there already, but I feel like they should have been able to figure that out fairly sharpish, and especially with Unicorns of Love playing for the bridge. I don't know, I feel like there were opportunities for Big to be able to win that one out, but it was Unicorns of Love in the end.
You have to admit, though, it was a classic Mickey blunder, right? We've seen this happen before. It is him just solo snaking it out and thinking he can kind of take on the world, and then getting taken down far, far away from the rest of his team. I think as soon as Mickey went down, that fight was almost sealed, because there was no way they were going to get the res, and there was also no way an experienced team like Unicorns of Love is going to let that man advantage go to waste in that situation. Once they had the 4-man, Rollkiss was happy to play a really aggressive off angle, and then he almost played that same role Akashi did versus Unicorns of Love in Miramar earlier today, where Akashi was kind of creating so many problems because they couldn't push out too far for fear of him taking crossfires at him. Rollkiss played the exact same role, but instead for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, no, it was the Unicorns of Love time to win. I mean, they've been doing very well. Big, obviously, doing very well as well. SKP team, though, I feel like they could have done a little bit more with their position. Sure, it was a little bit open bankside there, and Unicorns of Love did address that, but maybe that was the time that Big needed to be moving up, right? It felt like Unicorns of Love maybe shouldn't have gone for that position that they did, and SKP team might have had a better time of it, but they did, and it wasn't punished by anyone else in the lobby. And Unicorns of Love, they cleared out their sides. They were able to flush everyone else out and back into the river, holding that central island that I think is probably my least favorite part of the map.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, SKP, they had a claim to the throne, but it fell on deaf ears in this situation as they were cleared. Vodafone Giants make it a fair way through, and they'll increase their point lead, as will Nexus.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be taking a look at, of course, some of the giveaways that you guys can get for watching, for enjoying, hopefully, our stream as well. Of course, take a look at the t-shirt that you can get. Of course, the OnePlus t-shirt coming on through. To be able to redeem that, use the code at the bottom of your screens. But not only are we giving away t-shirts to look fresh in the fight, it's at the start of the game as well that you've got to look pretty cool. And of course, to do that, you need the parachute to be able to look great. Of course, an exclusive OnePlus parachute to be able to drop into battle in style. And that's exactly what the Unicorns of Love were able to do, to drop onto that military island, not military island, that central island in the middle of the river that I hate so much. It draws all of my ire, but for now, the Unicorns of Love are going to love it themselves. We'll take a break and we'll head over to the analyst desk.
Welcome back, everyone, as the final round has finished here for our last Super Weekend, at least in the first days. We still have 2 days left to go here in the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. Jason Captain still joined by Claris and Max. We're going to break down this last round and get you guys ready to end off the day, and obviously to get you guys prepared for what's coming up tomorrow. Let's take a look at the rankings, though, of this last round. And Unicorns of Love, hey, credit to them. They finally closed out a chicken dinner, extra $1,000 in their pocket yet again. And not to mention a nice little 25 points to add.
Yeah, of course, you know, in the position in the circle that John absolutely loves, as you said it earlier, right? It's his favorite position in the entirety of Erangel. Yeah, I mean, they were one of the first few teams to be on the position like that. Of course, there was Team Big that were trying to potentially cross there early. Skip Team had the good idea. They tried to cross very early on, but Unicorns of Love were aware of that rotation happening. And then GK First just being the Gandalf saying to the rest of the lobby, you shall not pass over to the Eastern Bridge. And yeah, he was holding on, what was it, 5-6 teams away on his lonesome almost, and they were all, of course, trying to take care of each other. So yeah, I mean, GK First was the gatekeeper of that game.
That's the important part about it. It's also that the other teams are kind of wary that they're going to get gunned down if they move that way. I mean, yeah, kudos to GK First. It was a great effort, but as I say, yeah, you don't want to get caught in those kinds of crossfires, and especially transitioning onto the island in general is just absolute death for anybody trying. Yeah. Well, you could try.
Doing his thing.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, yeah. Sitting there in his yellow submarine, popping people off left and right. 11 kills in total for them. As we take a look at the second page, you want to point out Conqueror having a tough time against TSC as they got caught out after not after though taking out Team Doom, if I'm not mistaken. But Chazmak here on the second page, Nexus as well. But again, the only real team is SKP that we'd want to keep an eye on, and that just depends on Chazmak not being able to perform, I guess technically, as well as Nexus and Vodafone Giants. But yeah, game mode having a little bit of a slower finish, I guess we could say, but all in all, a pretty decent day for our top teams.
That's the thing, though, right? We're keeping an eye on SKP team, as you're saying here, but Chazmak Gaming, they've had a decent day, and even if they're not having a decent day, you've still got that Trazen factor who, for some reason, survives so long for this team, despite, you know, them being in a bit of a wonky position. So I don't have many concerns for Chazmak at this point.
Okay, taking a look at our top players. GK First there with 800 damage done. Lin also coming back into the roster here for Unicorns of Love, as he was sitting out a couple of matches earlier on today. And Doran, you mentioned before, Max, of course he's going to be up there.
I mean, he had the perfect position where you could not shoot back at him because all the teams were swimming in the water. He had grenades he could throw from the car also in the water. And he was just abusing that position so much. He got rid of Game Lord, got rid of some, I think, Eastern Stars at one point also. He was just making sure that no team was going to make it alive from the undersection of the bridge. So there's not much to say. I mean, the kills just speak for themselves really when it comes down to it. But it was not easy for the teams to fight back. So it was just almost a given he was going to get kills here.
All right, well, we're going to look at our damage in the last game as well here. An idea. of Unicorns Love just decimated everyone. 2,500 damage done, and the rest of the team's just barely scraping up about 1,000. But for Romanian Boys, pretty much Dorn, I would say, gets him above the 1,000 mark. But that was such a tough zone shift, as we were talking about, and such a tough zone to play out, right? That bridge position you're talking about, GK first holding on to, like, so many teams were coming from that, like, southeastern, eastern side that inevitably someone was just gonna, you were just gonna die just because of too many angles to watch.
Yeah, and even like as transitions continue on from there for Unicorns of Love, of course, they deal with everybody coming from that side. But then after that, the one thing that could potentially go Big's way really doesn't go their way. And then there's literally just one angle for Unicorns of Love to shoot down upon Big in this position. So it's almost a given that they end up winning out this situation for Unicorns of Love. It's picture perfect, really, for Unicorns of Love for the most part.
All right, well, let's take a look at our top 10s from the Super Weekend. We're going to be looking... well, at average kills, but it basically works out to just be kills anyways, because that's kind of how averages work. But we're going to take a look at who currently is leading the charge, and Navarro's still going to be here. Actually has been able to pass Alicio. Obviously, it helps when Alicio's not playing in the third Super Weekend.
Ooh, there was Robs before and Victor. There were two other players that were helping out Narvalo towards the top 10 fraggers so far. So they dropped out. Very surprising. We've got two players. I'm surprised actually seeing K-Link up here, like, or Clink. Both names work, I guess, on that one. But yeah, he's up there. It's good to see players of Conqueror at the top. I think that they need some. I mean, actually, three. There's even Jamal. Just saw him on the left side. So very impressive to see three players of Conqueror being at the top. But GK first, I think he is slowly but surely a Kalaris. He's aiming towards the top. He's catching up to Narvalo and Alicio eventually.
Definitely. I just need someone on Conqueror to change the name to Ratchet, and then we've got Ratchet and Clink over there. It's not quite the thing, but you know, I'd take that any day of the week.
Okay, that was a little bit of a stretch, but I see what you're going with.
I like it.
I'd have a bad fur day as well. Max, you know what time it is?
MVP time.
No, it's time to take a look at today's results. Max, I wish you were following along, but I guess that's why I'm hosting.
Max.
I'm just kidding. Why am I so mean to him? It's just so easy to be. I swear, tomorrow will be better.
You enjoy it.
I wait.
Yeah. Okay, they can't see me at home, you know, shaking my head left to right. But here's our daily winners. You see Game Lord with back-to-backs, almost the three-peat we saw happen on Erangel.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough finish there. Of course, he had a position that was really strong for Eastern Stars. They've been the most proactive team by far in that position. They contested away from SKP, pushed in. They had that weird standoff at the end, of course, with Michi from Excuse Me, that they are able to get their only win of the day. So good from Excuse Me. Really, Excuse Me, despite not being the team that's always flashy, being the #1 team to get all those wins and those big points, they've been consistent from Super Weekend, from Super Weekend, from Super Weekend. I think they've potentially even been one of the most consistent teams when it comes to every single week, back to back to back. And I've been impressed. I think, Excuse Me, you're looking at Michi, looking at Mango. Those two players especially are a big surprise for me in this PMPL. I'm happy to see them play.
I'm happy to see Game Lord doing as well as they have. And it's as I'm telling you, Unicorns Love is going to win this Super Weekend. They might not be above Game Lord at the end of this. I don't know, but I still think they're going to win it.
I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, they've been looking so much better every week in and week out.
Yeah.
Especially with GK first really kind of catching, not his breath, but kind of catching his stride, it seems. Like we saw him have like
GK first now.
Exactly. He's not GK 7th anymore. He's GK first. But let's take a look now. Actually, no, let's not take a look yet, because we got to get predictions in of who we think the MVP of the day will be. Maxman?
I already said it. I'm going to go with Narvalo OP from Game Lord. I think that especially with the 2 wins and the almost 3rd win, and the survival time must be really high, and Narvalo's been fragging out big time. So I think it might be close with GK first, but I'm going with Narvalo.
I think I've baited him here. I really did. We were talking about it backstage. I refused to give him my prediction. It's an obvious one. It's got to be. He did 2,000 damage across 2 games in total, and never mind the other 3 games, and got 12 kills during those 2 games. So it's got to be GK first, surely. I can't even remember what he got in the other 3 games, but it has to be GK first.
Well, our MVP is actually going to be Narvalo, coming in from Game Lord. Well done by him to be able to pull things out and make Maxman look super smart. Just kidding. It's not. It's GK first.
I knew it was a bait. Okay, I knew it was going to be a bait. I didn't even look at the stats or anything. I thought I was going to try. But you know what? Hey, GK first, it was deserved. And then
I didn't look at the stats.
What the hell? Why did you know the stats beforehand?
Because I kept record in my head of how much damage he did in that one game where he got 1,200, and he just did 800 damage in this game. Ta-da!
As I said, right, GK First is really feeling a lot more like the GK First we have from PMPL Western Europe.
Yeah.
It's good to see. He seems more free in these games. Like, he's not sometimes I think you could weigh a little bit more for his team in general. He feels unleashed, and he's unleashing hell upon the rest of the lobby. And for example, this fight here, he found the perfect angles underneath the party bus onto Chasmac Gaming. He just feels a lot more comfortable in this game, and with his team especially, that to rebuild the synergy, he feels like he's getting to that point now.
It's the perfect way to describe it, Max. Unleashed. Because quite honestly, in week 1.5, it did feel like there was some overthinking from this team maybe about how they were going to approach this league, how they were going to approach this games, but it does feel now, as you say, unleashed. Here is GK first, and I'm scared for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I am too. The beast has been unleashed, and it's only a matter of time before someone can maybe stop him. But let's be honest, it probably won't be happening anytime soon. Let's get an idea, though, of where standings are at the moment for all these teams. Remember, we only have 16 teams getting through into the finals from the Super Weekend. It's our top 16 teams, and you get $1,000 per chicken dinner. So Game Lord now sitting $4,000 richer. Eastern Stars 5,000. As you look down, Exquisite Decode has still yet to move out of their 4th position. I guess really sporting how big that gap was between 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that impresses me the most here is the fact that even though it's just literally a 1 point difference down to the tiebreakers, actually, because Excuse Me has 2 wins, they overtook the top 5 spot of LMV Gaming. LMV very silent today. And even in the league play itself, they just barely qualified towards the 16th place towards the bottom. So LMV Gaming definitely not in their prime like we saw in Super Weekend 2. I need to see a lot more. Of course, they got a little bit of time. We know as a fact they're going to make into the finals. But the finals, we need to see the prime LMV Gaming back on board. Otherwise, they might just not even make into the EMEA Championship, which would be very unfortunate seeing how strong they can be sometimes.
You don't want to be a one-hit wonder, and right now LMV's sort of verging on that,
kinda.
in terms of what we saw from that day. Maybe it was a day and a half, of course, in that Super Weekend, but yeah, one of the surprises generally is that there are some of the bigger name teams in inverted commas aren't quite up here just yet, but then again, some of those had a bit of a harder time qualifying for all the Super Weekends, so that's probably the reason.
Okay, well, looking at our 9th through 16th place, these are the other 8 teams at the moment who would be qualified through to the finals, and well, we're pretty sure we're not going to see Destiny or Day of Sirens all of a sudden come back from the grave and take these points away, considering they're not playing here in our final Super Weekend. So Vodafone Giants Nexus should be looking pretty good. It's only SKP now who can really play spoiler if they somehow catch up to one of these 2 teams and then surpass them. But we find it hard to do considering how many points they are behind.
Well, I can tell you right now, we're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, they're not going to come back from the cemetery and just haunt the rest of the lobby.
It's the graveyard, Max. If you're going to reference Yu-Gi-Oh!, can you get the names right, please?
I played it in French, okay?
Yeah,
I don't know
the
what the English
French
translation was.
translation.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's Cimetière in French, so that's why I went to cemetery.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, but yeah, the SKP team need a fantastic last 2 days in the Super Weekend. I cannot even express how many points they need. Vodafone Giants, Nexus Gaming, their points are continuously going to go up. I know because I can't do the math, but also because I can't calculate right now. It's not possible. But they need 2 great days, that's for sure. That's a fact.
I like how he just admits to it. Like, you know what? I could do it. Like, it's math, but I just probably won't get it right. But you're very
something I can't
though.
do, you know? There you go.
Exactly. That's honestly way too many, or not way too many points. You did see SKP on the final day of league play in week 3 look good, but they'd have to look good for these last 2 days and hope Vodafone Giants aren't able to pick up many points as well. What are you guys laughing at? What are you chuckling at? Did I say something funny?
It's just at me.
Just Max.
Yeah, I'm laughing at myself. It's fine.
Well, we like to laugh at you as well, to be fair, Max. But anyways, for all of you at home who haven't watched, we hope you've been enjoying the show yet again. But that does end out our first day of our final Super Week. And we'll be back tomorrow, though, at the exact same time to kick off a day 2 with 2 days left to go. There's still a lot of money to be won, 10,000 in total. We'll find out what teams will do it and what teams can maintain their positions here in the leaderboard coming up tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.